at the Fantasy Football Network. Starting things off on fire. Oh, I get all my information on NFL Live, NFL Rank. Oh my God, I get all the news. You want to get personal with some analysts? Fantasy Football Network's where it's at. We're going to be giving away prizes. Signed jerseys by DeAndre Swift. Yours truly, Fantasy Football Wishlist on Fantasy Football Network. Every Sunday morning, I give you the starts and sits, what trades you should make. It's not in general, I talk in general. I talk to you. What do you need? I'm here to help you. Who the hell is Fantasy Football Wishlist? Dude, most people have no idea who I am. 3 years ago, you can use my social media as a reference. I said Cooper Kupp after his injury would be a top 10 wide receiver. You're an idiot. Odell Beckham's the guy. 2 years ago, I said Jalen Hurts is better than Kyler Murray. Jalen Hurts can't throw. He's not even going to be the quarterback for Philly. Oh, but Wishlist, what did you say this year? Didn't you say Dalton Schultz was going to be good? Well, he looked good when Dak Prescott QBs. You can't predict injuries. I said Breece Hall in the second round. You're an idiot. I got him in the 5th. If you take away the injury, the way he was playing, you're right. He wasn't a second-round pick. It was a first round. We got a lineup ready for you guys. We're giving away jerseys. We're going to introduce people. We're going to have injury updates by Thrills Fantasy. He also gives updates on betting. This past week, he said put money on Pollard having over 16 fantasy points. You want to win money, don't you? Well, please. Then you got Get Wired with Jay the Plug. You know who Jay the Plug is? It's the living Frankenstein. The guy's forehead is enormous. That's where he wears a top hat. I'm not joking. He wears a top hat. But realistically, you get wired up with Jay the Plug too. The guy's funny as hell, but he also has great causes. The guy makes incredible cleats for players. He has interviews with celebrities. You get to see that on this network. Why aren't you signed up yet? Subscribe. Then you got Boom Bust. During the week, if you don't want to wait for Sunday to talk to me, or if you're scared already from me, Boom Bust tells you who to sell, who to buy, who to trade. We give you the answers, man. Then waiver priorities. You're midweek. You still don't want to wait till Sunday. You got Boom Bust. You're following Boom Bust. We're all on social media, but this is the easy access. Fantasy Football Network is the easy access, man. Boom. Waiver, you got 7 o'clock. The JV show and MEedia, who has an incredible app on the Apple iPhone. You got to get the app MEedia. You get to pretend you're getting interviewed. We're not famous. Look at me. But we're going to be. We're going to be famous. Join the Fantasy Football Network if you want to win money and win your fantasy football leagues. Then, if you want rankings, we got Oceans. Zach from Oceans. He'll tell you you're an idiot. You have this guy higher, not him. Don't trust Drake London this week. Go with Waddle. I'm sweating bullets right now, man. Blood is flowing, man. Woo! Then after all that, we got the last call with Corey and Kyle from the Fantasy Football Network. And they're joined with the Shot Callers. Ben Shot Caller and Lady Shot Caller herself. You know what's better than women? Listen, you know what's better than women? Women who like fantasy football. And that's Amber from Lady Shot Caller, who knows her shit. She's part of my Queen's Ransom League, which will be part of the fantasy football next year. All women. Come on, guys. Join the network. Enjoy the rest of the show. Win some prizes. It's free. Let's go!
Welcome to the IR, the Injury Roundup, where we are going to be talking about all the relevant injuries and what they mean for your fantasy team from Week 8 and earlier. I'm your host, Philip Mayo, aka Thrills Fantasy Football. Let's dive right in. Cooper Kupp is the first one up to bat. He suffered kind of an ankle and knee injury this past Sunday. No significant damage, just a bit of a sprain. He's definitely going to be playing against the Bucks, or at least I hope he does, for your fantasy team's sake. But he's not going to be 100%. But you're not going to bench him. It's Cooper Kupp. DeAndre Swift, he's kind of coming back from that shoulder injury that he's been dealing with this season and other seasons as well. He's going to start getting more snaps and increasing his workload as he continues to get healthier. Expect him to kind of be back to 100%. I'm going to say week 10. Not quite yet in week 9. Devontae Parker, a Patriots wide receiver, suffered an MCL injury on Sunday. These are usually 3 to 4 week timetable for recovery. If there's any damage at all to the meniscus, though, he's going to likely need surgery, which means a little bit more recovery time, some rehab, until he can get back out on the field. Dalton Schultz, he's had that constant knee injury basically all season long, and it's going to continue to nag him until the end of the season. If he continues to take care of them, it'll start to get better and better over the next 3 or 4 weeks specifically, because we're at that 4-week period of when his original knee injury around week 2 or 3 is coming up. So if he takes care of himself, he should be okay the rest of the season, especially with Dak Prescott back at quarterback. The Gus Edwards, he had a hamstring injury, and after recovery from an ACL, this is never a good injury, mostly because it was probably not up to strength. That's one of the important muscles that's incorporated with the knee, and when you do injure that one, it really takes a lot out of you, and it's really easy to re-injure. Just ask Keenan Allen. Mark Andrews on Thursday Night Football, he suffered a shoulder injury. It's a sprain. These are very painful, but they can also vary between players. Sometimes the player will play the very next week. Others, they'll sit out for 3, maybe 4 weeks, depending on the scenario. So we're going to keep an eye on practice reports and see where he's at. Jamar Chase, this was the big one. A whole hubbubaloo of news. Some said he was going to be out basically the rest of the season. Others said only a couple weeks. I'm going to kind of say in between. He might come back around week 12 or 13, but I'm not necessarily sure if he's going to be healthy and playing at his 100% stud level until maybe week 14 or 15. So really keep an eye on that. Hopefully you have a guy like T. Higgins or Tyler Boyd on your team who can kind of try to make up for some of those missing targets. Deebo Samuel, his hamstring injury. He's had issues with his hamstrings in the past, so he's probably going to be out, I'm going to say 3 to 4 weeks, especially if they're going to play it safe because they're going for the playoffs. They want to make sure their star is healthy. And again, because it's a hamstring and he's had them in the past, there's a significantly higher chance of a re-aggravation when he returns to play. So definitely keep an eye on that. I don't know if I'd start him his first week back, but with his upside, it's kind of hard not to. Then we got DK Metcalf. I don't know how he played yesterday. I'm really not sure. I told everyone that he was not going to play. And if he did play, I thought he'd get injured real quickly, but he ended up scoring a touchdown. He had a couple catches, and I think he had 17 fantasy points. So he ended up doing okay. Keep an eye on the practice reports. I mean, he's got to be in a ton of pain, and I just don't see it getting any better if he continues to play on it. Darren Waller did not play again. Keep an eye on the practice reports. A lot of people thought he might return to play this week for week 8. I think he'll be back week 9, but I don't know if he'll be back to full strength until week 10. But he's a tight end. He's talented. You're going to have to play him and hope for the best. Mike Williams from a couple weeks ago, his high ankle sprain, that was a tough one. I'm going to say 5 to 7 weeks that he'll be out. It's going to be real close to a return for the fantasy playoffs. You might have to trust him depending on what your bench looks like. Not ideal, not ideal. Keenan Allen's returning from his hamstring injury, should be this week after the bye for week 9. Again, high chance for re-aggravation like he has once already this season. But he's going to have to start seeing targets. I mean, he played in week 7, but he wasn't totally ramped up for full 100% healthy level. We talked about DeAndre Swift. I had another note on him. Ezekiel Elliott. So we saw Tony Pollard eat yesterday, and I'm okay with Ezekiel Elliott sitting out for 3 to 4 weeks with his ankle injury. These can be real tough to come back to in a short amount of time. Injury data says that there's an easy chance for re-injury, and we do not want that. If he wants to get back to being explosive, which he hasn't really been this year, I would say closer to sitting out for 5 to 6 weeks. Michael Thomas, he has been out for what seems like an eternity. He should be returning for week 10, but I've been saying that he's going to return for the last 2 or 3 weeks. The performance impact for these injuries is tough. It's player dependent. Obviously, he's having a bit of a tougher case, so his 100% might not be back for another 2 to 3 weeks after he makes his return. So maybe not until week 12 or 13 if he comes back either this week or next weekend. So just, again, my words of wisdom are always going to be check in with your favorite fantasy analyst, check in with your favorite beat reporter, injury analyst. Real important to keep an eye on these things. Make trades based off injuries if you don't think they're going to perform well. Hit the waiver wire. All these things are real important. Definitely feel free to hit me up on all my socials. I'm always willing to answer questions, excited to do so. My individual videos will be continuing this week. I hope you guys liked the episode. Stick around for a great rest of the show. These guys have been working hard for you. Enjoy your night.
And this is where it's at. The Fantasy Football Plug Podcast. You know that we got it popping. Oh yeah, that's apparent. Got a shout out to my homie, one and only Jay.
What's good, ladies and gentlemen? Jay the Plug here. Having to do this in this awesome Atlanta traffic. Luckily, we're not moving. It's Atlanta traffic, but getting you wired with Jay the Plug. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Fantasy Football Network having me. Anyway, let's go. Wide receivers that you need to pick up off of waivers. Elijah Moore. Yeah, I know he hasn't done a whole lot. That's just because for some reason they're not targeting his talent. He's not happy. The Jets aren't happy. He's going to be traded. He wants to be traded. Anywhere he goes, he's going to be a top option. Wide receiver number 2, Kadarius Toney. Playing with the Chiefs now, Patrick Mahomes-led offense. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You might as well pick him up, stash him. He fooled the Giants into thinking he wasn't hurt. Hey, let's go. Make sure you get him. What is that? Not your shade of green, asshole? Let's go. Running backs, Gus Edwards, Kenyon Drake. Either of them are great to play. Both of them can hit. One of them can hit. One of them can't. I mean, it all just depends. But definitely, if you've got somebody on a bye, they are worth a pickup. Gus has a little bit of a hamstring issue, which he's normally injured. So if I've got to choose one or the other, I mean, I'm going with Kenyon Drake just because Gus the bus, Gus, whatever, may not be playing. I don't know. But Kenyon Drake is definitely worth a pickup in PPR for sure. Another running back you need to get wired into, plugged into, whatever. Wired with Jay the plug. Jesus. Kyren Williams. I don't know if that's how you say his name. Maybe it's Kieran. That would be. Anyway, Kyren Williams, the Rams. McVay is excited to have him in their lineup. Akers was trash. Henderson was trash. They're moving on from Akers, obviously, so Williams is definitely somebody you need to grab and stash for sure. All right, last but not least, the tight end position. Greg Dulcich. I think that's how you say his name. Anyway, I know what you're probably thinking. I don't want anything to do with any of the Broncos offense, and I gotta say I don't blame you, but Dulcich is the silver lining. Double-digit fantasy points in 3 games. He's got a bye week right now, so he's not going to be available for week 9, but he will be for week 10 and going forward. So make sure to watch the waiver wire. If somebody decides to drop him and fill that bye spot at tight end, you might be able to scoop him, get lucky there. If he's available in your leagues, grab him, stash him. I don't care if you've already got 2 tight ends. He's probably better than one of them that you've got. So get Dulcich.
Test.
What is up? All right, we still got the starting soon thing up here. How do I get rid of that?
Hey man, I'm the professor. I'm here to pick up my DeAndre Swift jersey. How do I do that? How do I collect that?
Well, what you do is you actually go in the description of this video, and there's a link that you click and follow all the directions on there to get as many entries as you can into the drawing. We'll be drawing that later tonight during last call. As a matter of fact, here it is. Here it is. There's the signature. If I can get it. There we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How lucky are you that he wasn't traded today?
Dude, right? That would have been a nightmare. It'd be like, hey, Swift jersey for his now previous team. That would have been awful. Absolutely. But yeah, one of the steps on there actually is to punch in the password. The password for tonight is Swift in all caps. It is cap sensitive. So for those of you hanging out, go type that code word in on that link to get more entries. Let's see. We have Albert over here in the chat, of course.
What's up, Albert? Good to see you.
Yeah. Kyle Singer, who was, I think, terrified by Scotty, a.k.a. Wishlist. And then Fourth and Flex hanging out with us.
Like it.
So, are you ready to get started on some of this stuff?
I'm ready to roll. I even did some work on my my mic today. I think I'm all set. We shouldn't have any issues on my audio. So let's roll.
All right. Let's start. Let's see here. Let's find someone interesting. Actually, they're all kind of interesting. Let's talk about Fields first. Why not?
Yeah. Fields is coming on.
I know, right?
They're putting this guy in the right position to win. You know, he's an elite runner. He's not quite Lamar Jackson, but he's just below a Lamar Jackson type. So, they're utilizing him, the dual threat, picking up some weapons too. I mean, adding Claypool to this, I think gives him a nice boost. So Justin Fields for me is a buy. And it was interesting because we had someone on last night talking about making a dynasty trade for Justin Fields, and he was kind of bummed out about it. But you got to feel pretty good right now with Justin Fields, who's been really a top option. He's a mid-range QB1 right now,
which is shocking. The way he started this season to now that. And like you say, adding Claypool, I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, well, I mean,
not to Chicago. You saw the writing on the wall with Claypool, the way Pickens has been playing and all of that. But to Chicago, I didn't see coming. So that could get interesting.
I love it because, with that deal, they also stuck it to Green Bay.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the team that needs receivers.
They were coming strong for him, man, and they came in and they swiped him. So
yeah, didn't exactly go to plan.
It did not go to plan, but over 5, 6, 7 over the past 4 weeks, count them. Justin Fields is the number 2 fantasy quarterback. That's how strong he's coming on right now.
Wait, is he coming on that strong, or is everybody else coming off that bad?
Well, digest this for a second, Kyle. It's Burrow, largely due to that monster game he had against Detroit, where he threw for 600 yards. Then Fields, and then Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Isn't that so?
Tua would be up there if he hadn't missed that time with the head injury.
Yeah,
because he's been crushing it too. Yeah, that's kind of wild, man. Speaking of wild, we got Dark Wolf hanging out, Sahel chilling.
What's up, fellas?
All right, let's talk about his teammate Khalil Herbert.
Yeah, Khalil Herbert's another guy. He's another guy who is starting to come on a little bit, and this offense is beginning to kind of turn around. So Herbert for me is a buy. We've talked about him a number of times. The offensive staff here, the front office staff they're invested in Khalil Herbert. He looks like the better back. He's definitely starting to get a little bit more of the share in that offense. He actually out-touched Montgomery on the rushing attempts in week 7. I'm sorry, in week 8. We're just going into week 9 now. So, I'm kind of digging Khalil Herbert again. He had that nice outing when Montgomery went down, and we're now seeing him start to get back involved. So look for Khalil Herbert to kind of make a push down the stretch here to take over as the RB1 in this offense.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right, we got Zal hanging out with us. Which trade is better, if any? I give Barkley for either Amon-Ra, and he corrects himself, Kenneth Walker, or Swift and Devontae Smith.
Oh my goodness! If you're going to do either, you got with the trade of Hawkinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to he's that offense. He owns that offense now.
Yeah,
it's going to be the Amon-Ra St. Brown show. So you get Amon-Ra and you pair him up with Kenneth Walker. That's the trade. That's the direction I would go.
Yeah, Amon-Ra and Kenneth over Swift and Devontae easily, and
they just don't have anybody else in that offense. And in the Philly, Devonta Smith is not the number one option there. You got AJ Brown. They want to utilize the run game, and then you got Goddard too, who's a strong receiving weapon.
Yeah, like for me, between the two offers, Amon and Kenneth is the better offer, but I'd rather have that duo than Barkley. The way Kenneth's playing, and then like you said with Amon-Ra, I prefer to have Amon-Ra and Kenneth over Barkley right now. So let's see. Let's get rid of that. Sahel traded Chubb and Tua for Saquon and Ayuk in a different league. I'm okay with that. I like Saquon. I don't know if I like him more than Chubb. Maybe because of the receiving work. If you need a receiver, I guess Ayuk makes more sense than Tua. I assume. Oh yeah, he says he has Hurts, so didn't need Tua. So if you need a receiver, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, definitely. I do. I probably should have put Chubb on here. At some point we will, just because I think Chubb's value is going to really start to increase once Deshaun Watson gets in this offense.
Yeah, I think so too. So will Hunt, which is a surprise not trade today.
Hunt will too, but they're going to have to respect the pass. And with Deshaun Watson behind center, let me explain why I think his value is going to go up. I think we're going to see even more scoring opportunities for Nick Chubb.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. And then Anton's hanging out. What's up, buddy?
Anton?
All right, let's get cracking over here. Let's hit on these Lions running backs.
Yeah,
Williams.
I'm selling both. You know, I'm selling both. Yeah, I'm selling both. I think Jamal Williams is a sell high for me if there ever was one. Swift, I think, is going to get more involved in this offense. That's going to ding Jamal's value. But Swift just can't stay healthy. So I think if you can flip him at some point and try and get good value out of Swift, I don't really want any part of this Lions backfield. So for me, it's a sell high on Jamal and trying to get something out of Swift before he gets re-injured.
I like it. Now let's talk about somebody who got traded today.
Yeah, we talked about him. So if you were watching Fantasy Wall Street, we had Jeff Wilson as a buy and a hold, thinking that with the connection with San Francisco, there was a chance that one of these running backs, Wilson or Elijah Mitchell, could wind up in Miami. And that is exactly what happened. You know, his connection to McDaniels. And I love this kid. This kid has a great backstory. You know, undrafted free agent, comes in, gets a roster spot. He is very talented. He knows McDaniel's system. And I think this is exactly the type of running back that McDaniels wants as his feature guy in this offense. He has some receiving chops. You know, I don't know that he comes in day one and replaces Mostert. Mostert's value takes a big ding here. You know, his value is going to take a hit. But this kid's young. You know, he's 26. And this is a guy I think that they can really start to kind of utilize in this offense. And with Hill and Waddle, with Tua kind of, you know, throwing it up downfield, Jeff Wilson, this is a different offense than he's coming from in San Francisco with the dink and dunk master Jimmy G. So this is a spread. I'm going to let it fly. Jeff Wilson going to have some nice lanes in Miami.
Yeah, and then I messed around and forgot to pull the new card with his Dolphins logo. So we got the San Francisco player card over here. But that's okay. We can all read. It's Jeff Wilson.
Yeah.
All right, Anton's got a question. Daubs, Mooney, Rondale Moore, Carter, or London. Half PPR, buys or killer this week for me. Buys or killer this week for everybody. 6 teams on a buy is tough.
I'm watching the Lazard injury. You know, Daubs is in there. I really like Rondale Moore an awful lot.
I'm saying Rondale Moore. They're playing Seattle. I think that's a good matchup. Yeah,
no, I'm 100% on the same page with you. It would be between those two guys. I don't think Carter's not startable for me now with J-Rob. J-Rob's going to start to get more touches as he gets familiar with that offense. So
in fact, stay tuned for Boom Bust right after this.
Yeah. So you know, I'm not touching those guys, and you can't put Drake London. You can't start him. You know, Rondale Moore's got a nice target share in this offense. 20% of the target share went to Rondale Moore. Yeah. They want to utilize this guy. 98% snap share, routes run. Rondale Moore's got to be the guy for me. If Lazard is out, I can make a case for Daubs.
Yeah. Albert agrees with us because we're geniuses.
Well, basically.
Or at least you are. Was Hunt and Tony a good trade for Jamar Chase?
Who's got Jamar Chase? Oh, he's laughing. Okay.
uh,
Yeah.
if you got the depth, I go for it. I mean, he's hurt. I know we don't like trading for hurt players, but it's Jamar freaking Chase.
I'll tell you this though. I'm not big on Tony. I know Plugger just talked about Tony as a waiver ad, but Andy Reid has come out and said that Tony is going to be gradually transitioned into this offense. And, Kelsey is still the number one receiving option here. So you're essentially getting a wide receiver too in an offense that certainly is high powered, but you got Juju, you still got Sky Moore. And I'm not sure how this whole thing is going to kind of play itself out. I would have liked Hunt more had he gone to the Rams.
Yeah.
But his ceiling is capped in Cleveland.
It would have been nice. And as far as Kadarius Toney goes, I mean, wide receiver is a more difficult position to transition teams. It's not like CMC where he can move and 2 days later start for the new team, handoff left, handoff right, So, yeah, I would expect a gradual thing. But if you're getting Jamar Chase for that pair of guys, like you're doing, all right. All right, Clayzo, CFB Heaven here. What's up, dude? I got an offer: Jerry, Judy, and Saquon for Chubb. Should I give Chubb away for that? If you need a receiver, I'm good with it. Otherwise, probably just hang on to Chubb over Saquon, right? Or do you disagree?
No, I don't. They're both on buys, so you're not getting an extra game out of either player. When I say both, I mean both Chubb and Saquon buys this week. The Giants have a nice schedule out of the bye. They've got Houston and Detroit, so a couple nice matchups there. Cleveland is at Miami, at Buffalo, Tampa Bay. They do play Baltimore and New Orleans weeks 15 and 16, who are, they're kind of tougher against the running back position. So the one reason why I would lean more Barkley is simply because he's utilized heavily in that pass game. So he gives you a much higher floor. As much as I have stock in Chubb, I love Chubb, but
so he says he does need a receiver because his core is Keenan, Mooney, London, and Olave.
Yeah.
So he can definitely use Judy as his number 2.
Sure. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, you're definitely getting an elite running back in return plus a receiver that you can play.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. You mentioned Sky Moore a moment ago.
Yeah, well, what does this say? So that's the thing. Everyone's talking about Kadarius Toney. So this is probably more of a dynasty take. But this trade for Kadarius Toney, what does this tell us about Sky Moore? It means they've already identified that Sky Moore has limitations. And he's not what they thought he was going to be. That's what it tells me. Because if Sky Moore is your guy, if he's going to be the guy you got to stretch the field, kind of like a la, a Tyreek Hill type, you're not trading Kadarius Toney. But they gave up some good picks for Kadarius Toney. So
yeah,
to me, I'm selling on Sky Moore if I can in Dynasty.
Deuces. Yeah, nobody's holding him in redraft right now, probably.
No. It was more of a dynasty. I felt the need to say something about Sky Moore because we're talking about Kadarius Toney's value.
Kadarius
we'd be amiss if we didn't at least say something about who's going to be impacted on the Kansas City side. It's Sky Moore's the odd man out.
Yeah, I agree. And Albert brings up a good point. Juju and Hardman are free agents after this season, but
sure.
I mean, everybody was still expecting if both of them leave, they expected Sky Moore to be the guy. And I think this is, like Tony said, a good pretty good indicator that he's not, at least not in their eyes.
Yeah. You don't make this move if he is.
Exactly. What about Mr. Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, well, he's a sell for me now. Without them getting Claypool,
Or any receiver at all.
or any receiver, I'm selling Aaron Rodgers. This is the time if you can sell him. There was a little bit of hope if they were able to do some work by the trade deadline. Brandon Cooks his name was being circulated. Claypool was the guy apparently that they really wanted, and they weren't able to pull that off. So he's got a nice matchup this week. If you're ever going to play Aaron Rodgers, this is the week you're going to play him at Detroit, and then he's a full-on sell for me. Hope he has a nice game this week. But if you got a tough stretch after that, Dallas, Tennessee, at Philly, at Chicago, then you're bye. Then you've got the Rams. It's not going to be a great run for him.
I think at this point, the way he's been playing all season, he'd have to have a pretty spectacular game for anybody to come after him.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
All right. Speaking of spectacular, Josh Jacobs.
Now, I'm a Raiders guy.
I know you are.
So, and you could bring them both out. You could bring out both the Raiders. We're on a little bit of a schedule tonight, so we can't just kind of
pull the Band-Aid off
and go all night long. Devontae Adams, for me, this guy is an absolute buy low. He is a volume monster in this offense. Renfro's coming back. It looks like, when I say coming back, I know he is back, but starting to work himself back into this offense. Hopefully we see Waller come back this week, but Devontae Adams still owns the target share. 28% of the target share is going through Devontae Adams. So, for me, he's a buy low. Josh Jacobs, I'm a little bit concerned about Josh Jacobs. And some of this had to do maybe with some game script, but just the snap share was low for him this week. Just over 50% snap share. And that is concerning. And one of the reasons why I'm not super crazy about Josh Jacobs is, with this offense being so limited, he's not getting the scoring opportunities. So he is getting utilized a little bit in that passing game. But Josh Jacobs, for me, I'm a little bit nervous about him rest of the season. And so if I can, I'm trying to move Josh.
And I know that's kind of hurt to say, especially as good as he's been playing.
Josh Jacobs, the player, the guy, is probably one of, if not my favorite players in the league. I've got his jersey. I've got his signed helmet. I've got cards, signed football cards. I mean, I'm a huge Josh Jacobs guy, but fantasy-wise, I think we've we've seen his peak at value, and we had a little bit of a down week. And so sometimes when a guy who's been really cruising has a little down week, somebody might think of that as a chance to kind of buy low. You're not going to sell him low.
Yeah.
But I think if you can sell and flip him and get something else, I would be looking to do that.
All right. We talked about one of your favorite players. Let's talk about one of mine. Mark Andrews.
Yeah, where do you think we can put Mark Andrews?
He better be going right now. If he's not, Tony, we're through.
Yeah, I love Mark Andrews. Yeah, Mark Andrews is an absolute buy low for me, especially with Bateman out. If you can get Andrews, get him.
Yeah. Dude,
GDX, I do. I mean, I watched. I couldn't get the game and watch the entire game, and I'm aware of that. And they were, 80% of the time they were down by 4 points or more.
This week, yeah.
So what's that?
Oh, the Raiders were hideous this week.
Yeah, the game script definitely dinged them, but it was a pretty big fall he took in that. It's just 1 week, but I think Josh Jacobs has been a little bit inflated for me. I don't know that he's going to be able to keep up that pace that we saw over that short stretch. So
it's kind of
it's
better.
Just me.
It feels like a better version of what we saw from early season CEH, just over efficiency. And then it's like, okay, he can't keep that up, kind of a deal.
That's not going to be his role in the offense. This offense is not going to run through Josh Jacobs. It's going to run through Devontae Adams, this passing game, and Waller coming back. Part of the reason why Josh Jacobs stepped up is because they were so beat up at the receiver position.
Yeah.
But with Adams, Renfro, and Waller, not that Jacobs takes a back seat, but I just don't know that he's going to get the same type of utilization moving forward.
Right.
And I think it's a fair point.
Speaking of utilization, possible utilization, I guess I should say. What about Mr. Tony Pollard?
I'd like to say that at the trade deadline, the Cowboys were able to find a buyer for Zeke. And Tony Pollard is people. Tony Pollard should be the starting running back in Dallas. I mean, this guy's electric.
He should have been before they signed Zeke to that big contract of his a few years back.
100%. But Zeke is coming back, and Pollard is not going to be the guy who gets all the touches in this offense. So this is again just an opportune time to sell high on Pollard. You can squeeze more out of him now than you will be as we move forward. Unless something happens to Zeke, at least we know what we have in Pollard. If you're going to flip him for something good. Because he is a lottery ticket sitting on your bench, that's for sure.
If Zeke pulls a Dak with his ankle, then then you have a stud.
Yeah.
All right. How about Mr. Fournette?
I don't know why people down on Fournette always talk about Rachaad White, and I like Rachaad White, but people think just because somebody's going to get touches, they're going to produce the same way that another player has produced. And Lenny this guy, what was he, the number 3 pick for the Jags back when he was drafted? I mean, this guy is an uber elite running back. He's a big-bodied guy. They've been having issues at the offensive line. But I believe this offense is going to find its rhythm. And with Evans and Godwin, Fournette's going to be okay. He's still going to be the bell cow here in Tampa. So I'm buying Fournette cheap.
All right. G the X wants to know. Big trade today.
Shoot.
Should he hold on to Hawkinson or get rid of him? Now he's in Minnesota.
That's a good question. If you're Minnesota, you do not make that trade to get Hawkinson unless you're planning on utilizing this guy as a receiving tight end in your offense. So I'm holding on the Hawkinson. I want to kind of see him in this offense. They've got guys too. I mean, Jefferson can take the top off. He's going to open up Hawkinson. We saw how much in the preseason coming out about this is going to be the year Irv Smith. We know Minnesota, and with this offensive scheme they're running, they want to utilize the tight end. So I'm holding on the Hawk. Plus, you got Cook. I think we might see more scoring opportunities. I want to see if they utilize him in the red zone. I'm not trading Hawk right now.
Yeah, they want to use the tight end, but Irv Smith is not the guy that we thought he was.
Not only is Irv Smith not the guy, but he's got a high ankle sprain. They're talking about him being out 8 to 10 weeks.
That's we're not going to see high ankle sprain.
We're not going to see Irv Smith again this year. So you have no threat and no worries of anybody taking snaps from Hawkinson in this offense. The problem with Hawkinson in Detroit was they had remember Shark was supposed to be the guy who stretched the field. Ma-Ra and Hawkinson, Ma-Ra is kind of an over-the-middle dink and dunk type receiver. He's a volume receiver. And so you have guys playing similar type roles here in Minnesota. No, and he's a big body guy. He's a mismatch guy. I want to see them unleash Hawkinson on the NFL in Minnesota.
Could be fun. But let's hit another tight end over here. Kyle Pitts had a big week this week.
Man, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I am not drinking the Kool-Aid. I am selling Kyle Pitts. He finally had a good game. I don't think this is an indication of what's to come. I am selling this guy.
finally had the
his-
one big game everybody needed to get rid of him. Right?
That's it. And you're moving him now. Because I don't want to hear it next week when he has one catch for 3 yards.
For like the 4th time this year.
Yeah.
I should have hit when we were talking about Hawkinson and the Lions. I should have hit him on Raw. Hit us with that Amon Ra love. I already know what
Amon
column
Ra
he's
is
in.
this guy's to the moon now.
He's a monster.
With nobody's competing with this guy over the middle. He was kind of competing with Hawkinson for those similar type looks. Amon Ra, I mean, this is exactly like, it makes total sense. Think about who they draft this year. Think about this long term, this offense. This team is pretty much done on the season. They're not going to make the playoffs. You got Jamison Williams, who they drafted with the high pick. That's a guy who stretches the field. That opens up the underneath for Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's going to be your volume receiver in this offense. They eliminated a guy who competes for some of those looks, some of those catches over the middle. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, to me now, he now has the path to be the surefire wide receiver one in this offense. No more 10, 12 targets to Hawkinson.
All right, last tight end, Greg Dulcich. I don't know
Where did this guy come from?
However, Jay the Plug said it. I love this guy's photo on Sleeper app too, because he's got like this long curly hair, like this mustache. He looks like straight out of an 80s like action movie. I swear to God.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, where did this guy come from? All the talk in preseason was Albert O, sleeper tight end, Albert O. This guy's a elite receiver, receiving guy. Everyone was all over Albert O. And then that first game, remember against Seattle, he had like one of the first catches, and we're like, yeah, Albert O's going to go off this year. And now all of a sudden, it's Dulcich. So
Greg comes in and goes, Albert who?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this guy is getting separation at the tight end position, and he just looks like a different type of guy. And we talked about this, but I know it was ESPN Plus, not everybody got to watch the game, but they had one nice hookup down the middle of the field, deep pass from Russell Wilson. So I love the fact that not only are they kind of using him to dump off passes, but this guy's running a go route. So I like it. You got to buy this guy.
Yeah. He, like you say, he just looks like he built different.
Yeah, 21% he's got over 20% of the target share in the past 2 weeks.
ETN.
Man, if there was ever a buy now, this is it. This is it. With J-Rob gone, ATN is kind of, this guy is, he is like, he's like Alvin Kamara 2.0, this utilized all over the place. Doesn't quite have the same explosiveness, but the way that they're utilizing him in this offense, getting the touches and the receiving work, man, I missed the boat on ETN because I thought after the first couple of weeks that J-Rob looked great. The offense is going to run through him. Peterson was talking about him being the heart and soul of that offense, but now we see, Travis Etienne is really coming on, and they told us everything that we need to know about this kid by moving James Robinson.
Yeah, he was exiled to the Jets. But what's funny, it's not funny. It's they did fantasy owners dirty because everybody drafted ETN to be what he is now. And then James Robinson was the guy. Everybody traded him. Now everybody that traded for him looks like a freaking genius. And all the ones that drafted him correctly in the first place look like idiots.
Yeah.
Like myself. I had more than one league where I drafted him thinking, all right. And then James Robinson crushed my hopes and dreams. And I traded him.
Yep.
And now I'm sitting there going, well.
Yep.
So much for that.
Yep.
Oh, let's hit our last running back, Mr. Miles Sanders.
Yeah, so I never thought I'd be saying this because I'm not a huge Miles Sanders guy, but
I'm not
I'm
either.
buying Miles Sanders now. I mean, the Eagles were in the market for a running back. I thought, they made a push for CMC. Rumor is that they were number 2 to San Francisco's offer. There was talk about them making a trade for Hunt. I thought for sure Miles Sanders was going to get his walking papers. Not they weren't going to cut him, but that they were going to bring somebody else in, and that has not happened. So apparently, it's going to continue to be the Miles Sanders show there, and you got to start to read the tea leaves and put some stock in this guy. Now he's not going to be an RB1, but I do think he's probably a low end RB2 rest of the season.
Yeah. All right, let's jump back over here to the chat for a minute. We got Wesley. Thoughts on Gabe Davis being, I guess that's supposed to be must start every week.
Gabe Davis is as boom or bust as it gets at the receiver position.
A lot of volatility this season.
So as long as you can handle that volatility, he's Kyle says flex. To me, he's a wide receiver 3.
Yeah.
With huge upside, but also a very low floor. So
he's a modern day Deshaun Jackson.
The range of outcomes is so wide that I don't know that I'm starting him every week unless you don't have any other options, or if you need somebody who can bring the juice for you, then certainly you can put him in your lineup and start him.
Yeah, I think he's
he can
definitely a must start this week against the Jets in a huge 16 bye week.
Yeah.
All right, Dark Wolf, desperate for a running back this week. Dylan, Edmonds, Drake, Herbert, rank them best to worst.
Well, you can't start Edmonds.
No.
He's not going to do anything first game in Denver. I don't know that I trust Drake. It's going to be between Herbert and Dylan for me, and I'm probably leaning Herbert, even though Dylan has a nice matchup, simply because Green Bay, they seem to be shifting this offense more to Aaron Jones right now.
Yeah. I wonder if it's not tanking, just like saving Dylan for next year or the playoffs or something when it's colder and they got to run more. Who knows? I don't know what the reason is, but I agree. Herbert, Dylan, Drake, Edmonds. Edmonds is unstartable right now.
Aaron Jones is a prior to last year, 2021, the 5 seasons, I think 3 or 4 seasons prior, he had finished as a top 5 RB in fantasy. Aaron Jones. The guy's talented.
Oh, yeah.
But, so that's, we all thought Dylan was going to be utilized more in the offense, and it's just not happening. So you can't force him into your lineup. I would probably lean Herbert, and then after that, Dylan.
GDX wants to know, Mostert, Connor, or Gabe Davis at flex?
Connor, if he's healthy. If not, Gabe Davis.
Agreed.
I don't, we just talked about Chase Edmonds going to Denver, and he's definitely not ready to go into that offense. But Jeff Wilson is going to have familiarity with the system that Mike McDaniels runs, and I don't think it's going to be much of a transition. The other thing for Jeff Wilson, remember, this guy's been starting in San Francisco, so he's game ready.
Yeah, and it's too bad too, because it's in a fantastic matchup for Mostert against Chicago. But you just can't, because you don't know what that role looks like for Jeff Wilson out of the gate. It's an unfortunate situation. It really is. All right, here's a guy I know we both like, Rondell Moore.
Yeah, Rondell Moore, we just talked about him. He's a buy. I don't know how much more we need to say about him. I continue to put him on the buy list because people still are not buying him.
He's still not owned in so many leagues. I'm like,
yeah, it's crazy.
And I'm sitting there going, I don't have anybody I could drop for him, or I'd pick him up myself. It's some of them. I do own him in a lot, though.
Yep. 98% snap share. The past 4 weeks, he's been averaging over 20% target share in the offense. So Rondell Moore continues to be a buy for me in this offense.
Here's another guy that I own in a lot of leagues.
Kills me. But how do you not sell Pittman? They're now with Erlinger. Do you trust Erlinger as your QB? I mean, Pittman's
Not yet.
Pittman still has name value, but I think the best case scenario for Pittman moving forward rest of the season is a high end wide receiver 3. That's where I got him. This move to Erlinger, I think, just killed his value, and this offense is going to struggle.
And who knows? Maybe Ellinger comes out and surprises everybody like PJ Walker is, but I doubt it.
Well, Erlinger definitely is locked in on this kid. He almost 40% of the target share. So that is one good thing. Is high volume, but it's Erlinger.
If it still counts as a target if he's throwing the ball away and he just happens to be the one in the area. So it doesn't mean all the targets are quality targets either.
Yeah.
All right. Last but not least, Wan'Dale Robinson.
Why we haven't been talking about this guy, but again, this had to do. I should have brought him in when we were talking about Kadarius Toney, and that's kind of brought in Sky Moore. But this really tells you a lot about Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale Robinson is now the wide receiver 1 in New York. So how are you not buying a guy who's the number 1 option in an offense
that you can get so cheap right now? Still,
you can get him real cheap. Absolutely,
it's crazy how cheap you can get this guy. All right, I'm going to throw this up one more time. The final board. I'm also going to tell you once more before we get off of here. Go to the link in the description of this video. Follow the link. Go through the steps. Get entries for the drawing tonight for the Swift jersey, including entering the bonus word Swift in all caps to get even more entries. And we will also have other random drawings tonight for koozies and stickers and other things. So that being said, we are going to get out of here for now. Boom Bust is coming up, which is basically us again, but we bring Corey in with us. And but it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So get your questions ready. Get ready for some good info. And we'll see y'all in just a few minutes.
All right, we are back for Boom or Bust. Guys, nice show there on Fantasy Wall Street. Now you just get to fly right in here and get me. So this show is going to be much better, obviously. So
we're going to bring you in, let you do all the work now. We're just going to sit and watch you. No.
Yeah, you to sit back and have fun. Cool. So apparently, my microphone was on just a second ago. Just click, 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 getting everything
Yeah.
ready.
For some reason, the auto mute isn't working on those. For some reason,
Oh, it doesn't.
the
But that's okay.
transition. But
That's okay. Guys, welcome in. I hope you're having fun tonight on this 4-hour live stream. I hope that you are entering to win this DeAndre Swift jersey. Amongst other things, we'll give away koozies and stickers to people who don't win the jersey. Just go enter your email. You automatically get entered, and then you can do a bunch of other stuff and get more entries. You can go sign up on the MEedia app, which is a really cool app. You can go sign up there, and you can enter in your username, get 10 free coins on that, which is a couple dollars value or something like that. But man, go earn those entries. Win this dang jersey. We want to give it away. We'll be giving it away later tonight in just a couple hours. So yeah, go get signed up for that. Alrighty, guys. Y'all want to get into some Jay,
Gorman's out of the woodwork.
Gorman is driving and on here. What a stud. Well,
Gorman coming in like a wrecking ball.
let me tell you, you got a couple hours to go get entered. You got about 2 hours to go get entered, and so you're either on a road trip and you need to pull over and go get entered, or you get wherever you're going and just take care of it then. So you got a little bit of time. Don't worry about it. In the meantime, listen to Tony's genius here as we go through these players.
Or if your wife loves you, she'll do it for you while you're driving.
Ooh, that's something right there. I don't know that I trust my wife doing all this for me. She would just rather say I don't have all these jerseys hung up in this room here. So she's probably pretty mad at me for just turning this into my man cave without asking.
What's the deadline to enter, Corey?
We'll probably pick a winner around 11:30 Central Time tonight, 12:30 Eastern Time. So you've got about 2.5 hours, guys. Go start earning those entries. Alrighty, let's
The
see.
deadline is whenever we think about it and draw for it.
Yep. So you don't know when the deadline is. So that
It
means we're
will
taking
be
care of it
during
right
last
now.
call, though. It will be
It'll
during
our last
call.
hour tonight, but just go do it now. You don't know when that's going to be exactly. You do not want to miss the opportunity. So here's some questions over here. Should I trade Fournette for JT?
I'd
That's
rather
interesting.
have Fournette, I think, going forward at this point. JT looking rough. Now Ellinger's at QB. Man, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he might get more passing work with Hines gone now, but that offense is not on an upward trend.
Tony, what do you think there?
I probably at this point I would probably take JT. And I just had Fournette as a buy low on Wall Street. The reason why I'm leaning JT at this point is because of that trade with Nyheim Hines. And we might see JT utilized even more now in this passing game. And he's already got a role in that passing game as far as out of the backfield, but they have nobody to spell him with now, nobody of real kind of significance. So JT could turn into a real workhorse now in this offense. So I would probably go ahead and do that.
I was thinking the same thing. I think that Nyheim Hines, I think that trade helps a little bit. Jay Gore says, what passing game? The one that Sam Ellinger is going to have to dump off to somebody a lot more, I feel like. So,
well, that's the best friend to a rookie quarterback like this.
Yeah. Little blanket, little safety blanket there.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
No, go for it. Did you need one more thing?
Safety banky?
Yeah. Thinking of trading Swift for Dameon Pierce and Judy, PPR. What do you guys think?
Love it.
Yeah, I would do that. Dameon Pierce is the workhorse there. Swift, not so much, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, King
Also,
Marcelo, I think you that's highway robbery right there. That's grand theft larceny, if you ask me.
Going to be a warrant out for your arrest. Also, this line is like
100%.
a mustache. This is interesting.
I know. I was like, since when are the boxes see through?
I did that today.
They've been covering your face all season, and now we have to look at it through the box. Come on, man.
You're welcome. Also, since you can see that there. Thank God it's Tuesday. It's the best night of the week because you're here with us on the Fantasy Football Network, and it's a lot of fun. And you're going to win a jersey, right? Right? You're going to go enter and win that jersey. So
I mean, if you don't, then I get to keep it. So
fat guy in a little jersey.
yeah, I'm not actually sure what size it is, but I'm guessing I'm not wearing it because it's freaking signed. But I might wear it just to piss all you off who didn't win it. So
just wear it next week, Country. No, we're giving that damn thing away tonight, guys. Just go put it in your email. Anyways,
I look like Zeke with my crop top on because it's so little. Just
should I trade Debo for Amon Ra?
100%.
I would, especially
100%.
after Hawkinson's shipped out. Oh boy, give me Amon Ra.
Do it.
Absolutely. Oh, this is interesting. Would you rather have Brandon Cooks or Garrett Wilson rest of season?
No. Oh, we have to pick one?
I think I'm going Cooks there.
Still going Cooks, yeah. It hasn't been great for him this year, but
now that he wasn't traded.
Yeah, I could see it improving. Now that he's stuck.
I just don't see Garrett Wilson's. He had a good beginning of the season. That quarterback is now third-string quarterback. So he doesn't get Joe Flacco back, and that's where he had his value at early in the season. I just don't see it happening for Garrett Wilson gaining all that value back. Tony, what are your thoughts?
I think they're both basically the same guy in terms of value. Houston, I don't know what your roster looks like. Houston has a nice schedule in weeks 15 and 16 with Kansas City and Tennessee, so I'd be kind of keeping an eye on that. The Jets, on the other hand, they also have Detroit in week 15. Jacksonville's a little bit tougher against the pass. Seattle tough against the pass. I probably would lean Cooks because of the nice playoff schedule. Plus, Cooks has already had his bye week. The Jets are on bye next week, so I think that gives Cooks a little bit of a bump over Garrett Wilson in my mind.
Yep, I agree with that. Alrighty, guys, let's get into some booms and some busts. Here's the players you guys gave me earlier. Kyle, let's start with you and a QB, and I know you're going to go with your boom first because that's you. You like to start off on a positive note. Let's hear it.
Every single time. Justin Herbert. Coming out of a bye against Atlanta. All right. We just watched Burrow go off. We just watched PJ Walker have a pretty good game for PJ Walker against them. Like, Justin Herbert is going to eviscerate the Falcons this weekend.
That Falcons D is sad, bro. It's so sad. And what sucks is their offense isn't good enough to keep up on the other side, so it's just not pretty.
Yeah, it could be if they throw the ball more.
Yeah. Well, they threw more this week, but,
Yeah, they did a little better, but not enough for me to start Drake London or Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, not at all. A little bit of fool's gold there. All right, Tony, what you got for me?
Just real quick, we don't normally comment about each other's picks. One concern, Kyle, just want to mention with Justin Herbert. Obviously, it's a good matchup against Atlanta. Keenan Allen is practiced again. Mike Williams is out. Part of the reason why I think Burrow tore him up is he had his receiving core was fully healthy. Like, I'm asking you, are you more concerned due to those injuries that maybe this is more of an Austin Eckler game?
No. They still got Josh Palmer. They still got Gerald Everett. And Eckler's involved in the passing game. I really think Herbert still has a really good game.
Okay.
I do think that Eckler is kind of a bailout there. I think Herbert gets some good receiving and maybe a touchdown or two just off of Austin Eckler. Could be. All right, Tony, what do you got for me?
So my guy that I'm going to at my boom this week is Justin Fields. I just talked about him the past 4 weeks. He's the number 2 fantasy quarterback, which is a crazy thought. He's going up against Miami. They are at home. Miami is not typically a strong defense against the pass. And Fields has a couple things going for him. Very high floor with kind of the dual threat with the rushing yardage. They seem to be playing more to his strengths. So I think I'd like Fields to outperform in what could be a high scoring affair. So Fields for me is going to be my boom quarterback.
Can you believe you're putting any Bears offensive player on your boom list this season after how the season started off? I mean, all I can do is
I didn't see this coming.
I don't think anyone saw this coming. Oh my
Didn't see
god!
it coming. And you got to like the fact that they added Claypool.
Yeah,
Akil Harry's looking good. You got Mooney. I mean, they're putting weapons around this kid. So
They still can't get the ball to Cole Kmet though, and that makes me sad.
they did this week. They got him this week.
They finally threw in the ball.
Took 2 years, but they
week
got
8,
it. To
they finally threw in the ball.
It's only been since 2020. All right, Kyle, give me your bust.
All right, my bust this week, Tom Brady, and I know it's
that wasn't Tony's. I knew that wasn't Tony's.
Well, here's the deal: the offense has been struggling. The Rams is a tough matchup. I have full faith Tom Brady's going to turn his season around. I just don't think it's going to be this week against the Rams. I think they struggle again this week. Brady has kind of a downer game. But don't freak out on Tom Brady if you got him on your roster, because he's got better matchups ahead. But, yeah, I don't think it's going to be this week. Not against the Rams, man.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. Poor Tom, going through his divorce. It's taken its toll. But that leaves Matt Stafford for Tony.
Yeah, well, I'm putting him in my bus. Coming off a nice game or decent game for Stafford. I'm not quite sure what to make of this Cup injury. I know they're expecting him to be back for Sunday. If Cup misses, then he's going to be a tank job for Stafford. It has to do with matchups. It's just a tough matchup. And I don't want people necessarily drinking the Kool-Aid after one good or decent performance. So for me, Matt Stafford's going to be on my boom. I mean, I'm sorry, on my bust.
The bust. Womp, womp, womp. All right, let's move to running backs. Tony, I'll let you go first on running backs.
Yeah, so look, we were talking about Algier a couple of weeks ago, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we see Caleb Huntley. He had a tremendous week. And Chargers are one of the best matchups for opposing running backs. 30-plus fantasy points in multiple games this year. I think it's a great spot start for Huntley, especially if you're looking to fill in for what is a big bye week. So for him, he's going to be my boom.
Yeah, I've actually been pretty impressed with Huntley. He's been pretty decent filling in. Kyle, what do you got for me at running back?
Yeah, I'm going to do my boom as well because it's kind of the same thing. It's a big bye week play.
Mm-hmm.
I know they just traded for Jeff Wilson. I think he'll have a role. I don't think it'll be a big role in week 1 of him being there, though. So I think Mostert against a terrible Chicago rushing defense. I think he has a pretty good game this week before he starts splitting more significantly with Jeff Wilson.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to take at least a week where Jeff Wilson comes in and gets a huge slice of that pie. So, all righty. Well, that means it's time for Tony's bus, and I can only assume with
I almost snorted water when you said that. I can only assume.
With 2 players from the same team on here, I can only assume that that's going to be Tony. So, Tony, give us that breakdown.
Well, here's the deal. Bills looked they kind of were exposed almost last week by Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones really tore into them. Both running and catching the football. That doesn't mean we can expect the same thing this week from this running back duo. These guys are not Aaron Jones. I think that Buffalo was kind of humbled a little bit last week with that performance on D with the run defense. So expect them to come back this week, angry and mean, shut these guys down. And you really don't know which one of the two you might be able to trust if you could trust one of them. So a lot of uncertainty in that running back room right now. At the best, you think you're looking at a committee, and against this defense, they're not startable.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It is going to be interesting to see how that running back room turns out, but I think it's just a timeshare. I think is what we're looking at there. I'm not mad about your picks, but I'm mad about how you are now going to make my columns uneven. And so,
For those of us with OCD, I hate you.
all right, Kyle, that leaves you with Jonathan Taylor.
Just for a little bit of foreshadowing, it'll even back out. Yeah, dude, Jonathan Taylor is my bust for the week against New England. Terrible matchup. Jonathan Taylor's not been producing well. This whole offense as a whole, I think, is going to suffer a little bit with Ellinger, which we talked about with Pittman before. Yeah, he might get a few more passes, but is he going to be able to do anything with them? Not against New England.
Just never thought I would see Jonathan Taylor as not just rocking it. That's wild.
And the problem is, if you got him, you still got to start him. But he ain't gonna, I mean, who could you honestly convince yourself to bench him? I'm just saying he ain't going to do very well against New England.
Yeah, that would be tough to bench him for somebody. But all right, guys, let's hit up some of this chat really quick. Atlanta got 2 cornerbacks, 2 interceptions for him. Okay. Should I drop Samuel or Lazard to pick up a new defense, or drop the Cowboys D and get a different one off waivers for this week?
I wouldn't drop Lazard, and I assume that's Curtis Samuel. I could drop Curtis or Cowboys D to pick up another D. I don't like carrying 2 Ds. I know Dallas is playing well, but I'd probably drop Curtis Samuel, honestly.
Yeah, I think I would go Curtis Samuel there, especially with Heineke going. I like Lazard over Samuel, but I don't want to drop that Cowboys D. I don't think for just that 1 week. That's just me. I think Cowboys D has more value than Samuel right now. Just sad. I think there's enough wide receivers that are just like Samuel out there that you can go pick up week in and week out. I think they're going to be out there. So there's just not enough value there for me.
Yeah.
Should I trade away Jacobs, Walker, and Gabe Davis for Henry and JT and PPR? That's tough because Jacobs and Walker together are producing more than Henry and JT on a weekly basis right now.
Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's tough. I think I would. I love Walker, but as you just saw on Wall Street, we're selling Jacobs, and I think in that deal there, I think that's sufficient to sell him for. So yeah, I would do that.
Barney, what do you think about that?
I love the fact that you're getting Derrick Henry. He's already had his bye. It's just a beautiful schedule. He's got the Chargers in Houston in weeks 15 and 16. So of course you got to get to the playoffs first, but those are the 2 best matchups in fantasy for opposing running backs, and you have them 15 and 16. And 14, you've got Jacksonville, which is also a positive matchup. So I love you getting Derrick Henry. I do think JT, if there was a time to buy low on JT, this is it with the moving of Hines. I'm selling Jacobs. So for me, I'm pulling the trigger on this. And you get Gabe Davis, who is probably a nice guy you can throw in your lineup at a flex position, who gives you super high ceiling.
He's giving Gabe Davis.
Yeah, he would be giving away Jacobs, Walker, and Gabe Davis.
And I would want the Gabe Davis, Henry, JT side.
Yeah, that's what I would want too. That's what I want, is the Jacobs, Walker, Gabe Davis.
Okay, yeah.
We trade away Jacobs, Walker, Gabe Davis.
I thought it was confused. Tony just mixed up the sides, and now I'm thrown.
Well, no, Tony just can't read. So
So Corey, you want Jacobs, Walker, and Davis, and me and Tony want Henry and JT. Is that what I'm gathering?
No, I think Tony wants the Jacobs, Walker, Gabe Davis side of this trade.
No, I thought Gabe Davis was part of Henry and JT, but even without Gabe Davis there, I'm still taking Henry and JT.
Oh, you're taking Henry and JT in PPR. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm outnumbered there. I think it's just a trade for names right there. I think for right
Seattle
now.
still has their
That's what
bye.
you get for not being on Wall Street. See, you would.
I
know
did
better.
watch Wall Street. As a matter of fact, I just have my own opinions.
I'm not crazy. Let me see if this sways you at all. And I don't want to spend too much time. I know we're kind of on a
You're good.
time constraint here, but just real quick, because this is the stuff like Shaka. When you're looking at making trades like this, look at the schedules, because that sometimes might be what you need to know in order to sway you one way or another. Jacobs in weeks 14 through 17, he has the Rams, New England, at Pittsburgh, and San Francisco.
You don't want that.
So I don't want that. And I think Waller comes back, Renfro getting healthy. I'm moving Jacobs if I can. I do like Walker an awful lot, but he still has his bye week.
Yeah.
Henry's had his.
Good point. The bye week is big.
And Henry's a freaking monster.
Yeah.
The only thing that I don't like about JT is he has his bye week on week 14, which can kind of sting you a little bit if you don't have somebody who to fit in.
Week 14 is a horrible bye week.
And that's a horrible bye week, depending on when your playoffs start.
I think most will start 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
Now with the extra game.
Well,
I know 14 sticks in our heads because for the last decade and a half I've been playing, it's been 14, 15, 16 is the playoffs. Now it's 15, 16, 17. It's like, oh, wait, 14's fine. But, hey, it gives JT a week to get healthy right before the fantasy playoffs start, too. So,
very true. Okay, really quick, the secret word of the night, the bonus word for our giveaway. You click the link down in the description, go in there, ask for a bonus word. It is SWIFT in all caps. It is case sensitive. Enter in SWIFT in all caps, and you will gain entries, free entries into the giveaway for the DeAndre Swift jersey tonight. It's free. Just go do it. You can get a free DeAndre Swift signed jersey tonight. Why would you not do it? I wouldn't understand.
And where is the link?
It's down in the description of the YouTube video. Where you're watching right now, it's down there. So
I plead the Swift. 1, 2, 3, 4, Swift. Do it.
All right. Let's see here. Team update. Here's his roster here. Wants to know any moves. So I guess where do you see this as a weak? Where do you see a weak spot here? What moves can they make?
Well, you're dropping Bateman.
Yeah, you can drop Bateman.
Put it back up.
Oh, I thought, why did it disappear? That was weird. There we go. All right.
Yeah, maybe you're upgrading at the receiver position. You're pretty deep at running back. I mean, you've got Saquon, Jones, Pierce, and Kenneth Walker, which is crazy.
Take one of them and get you another stud receiver to go with Jay Jettas.
Yeah.
I love your tight ends. Your tight ends are amazing. Yeah.
Yep. Pair them up with Sutton.
And like we talked about Brady, I'm not worried about having him as a starter that much, but I would definitely shoot to upgrade that receiver spot.
I would upgrade Brady if you can.
If you can, but I'd shoot for receiver first.
Yeah, you've got some good depth there. I love your tight ends, by the way. The hell I do. I know, just let's say. Let's see. I'm guessing this is Dew Pitts and Jeff Wilson for Goddard.
That or he's bragging because he got Goddard for Pitts and Jeff Wilson, which is an amazing deal.
Oh, yeah. I think he's saying did. Yeah, you're right. Did Pitts and Jeff Wilson for Goddard. I don't hate that at all.
Love it.
Yep.
Chef's kiss. And you don't get those very often from me, Sushi. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Lock it, lover.
Let's see. I just made a massive trade. What do you guys think? Who do you think won? Dalvin Fournette, Mike Evans, Lamar for Hurts, Waddle, CD, Swift. Full PPR. Oh, that is a massive trade. Holy crap.
Can you afford to give those 2 running backs? Because you gave Dalvin and Fournette, and you got you did get Swift, but receivers, who are you pairing with Swift? I
Yeah,
do
it'd be
like
great.
it.
Yeah, I guess if you need running backs, the Dalvin Fournette side wins. If you needed receivers, the other side.
Yeah.
Like, who wins is subjective depending on what your team needs are. In a vacuum, assuming you have depth at both positions, I think that, like, actual team wise, I'd rather have Hurts, Waddle, CD over the other side. That's just me. I tend to love having like stacked receivers over stacked running backs, but
Especially
I'm
in
a
full
weird-
PPR.
I'm a weirdo. So
I like the Hurts. I like the Hurts side too.
Yeah.
And look, Swift still has huge upside. If he can stay healthy,
oh yeah.
he still has massive upside. So you just need him to stay healthy. I'm not sure what side you got. Does he say what side he got?
No, he just said who wins.
Yeah.
Which side of that wins?
So whoever has the Swift side just needs Swift. If Swift doesn't stay healthy, that's going to sting, losing those 2 running backs.
Perfect. Let's see. Is CPAT back week 9? Maybe, but we don't know.
I think he has one more on IR, didn't he? Or was week
No,
8?
I think that's the first one back. I think.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't see him coming back this week.
Haven't heard anything about them even contemplating activating him off IR yet. So I imagine you would have seen that by now if they were thinking about it.
Yep.
They'd have him out practicing already. If they would have already activated him, and he'd be practicing by now if he was going to play this week, probably coming off IR.
Probably.
So
there's one thing. There's one thing too that I don't like, and I'm not sure if you're just asking it for general information, but I hate getting running backs that have extended absence and then plugging them into your lineup. He's like ripe for a hamstring injury, or I don't know if he is activated for week 9. I don't think they could possibly give him a full snap share, especially with as good as Caleb Huntley looked.
Yep.
Yeah, Huntley's dynamic. Let's go, Jay. Thanks for stopping in, my man. Thank God.
Okay. Big sexy Jay the plug.
Let's see. Here's a team right here. Any trade ideas? PPR 10 team, 4-4 record. Let's see. Where could they maybe upgrade at? I love the quarterback.
How does this happen? How does somebody get Cook, Kamara, and Derrick Henry?
And ETN now, but I understand.
I'd be looking to do something at the tight end spot.
Me too. That's what jumped out.
D-Hop and Amon-Ra, those are good starters there. Pittman is a serviceable number 3, but you are totally stacked at running back. I'd flip one of those guys and get a Kelsey.
Exactly.
Which of those
put
four
Waller with like Gibson and Pittman and go for like Kelsey or Andrews or something.
Get Kelsey.
Yeah, get Kelsey. You have the firepower to do it. You just
100%.
I'd be okay using Cook even, like, just, yeah.
Yeah, said just traded Terry Lockett and Foreman for Henry.
Nice.
Jeez.
These, dude, we're going to get freaking subpoenaed because people keep talking about all these robberies in our chat.
No doubt, no doubt. Is Amon-Ra and Olave a good trade for Jamar Chase?
I'd take Amon-Ra and Olave over Jamar Chase.
Yeah, give me.
Why are we trading for Jamar Chase? The guy is injured. He's got a fractured hip.
Yeah.
Sushi, are you trading for Jamar Chase? Don't do that if you are.
Even if Jamar Chase is healthy, I'd rather have Amon-Ra and Olave.
Do not trade for Jamar Chase, please.
All right.
Please.
If you have Jamar Chase and you can get Amon-Ra for him, I mean, you get him and Olave. I mean,
gross. Yeah, you want Amon-Ra and Olave big time though. All right. Okay, the guy who wants CD for Amon-Ra. What do you think about that trade? Do you want CD or
Amon-Ra?
why Why
Give
are
me-
we exchanging
yeah.
receivers? One guy likes
That
CD more,
trade,
one guy-
they seem equal to me. I don't see a point there. I think that's a pointless move. So pick your personal preference because I think they're pretty even value wise.
I think if I had to pick one, I'd take Amara.
See, I would take CD, but it's a personal preference. I don't think he's going to be
two
necessarily
reasons. Yeah,
better.
Two reasons. Well, three reasons. One, Amara's already had his bye. CD's on bye this week. Number two, the moving of Hawkinson. Amara is going to be a totally different receiver in this offense. And number three, Detroit's defense sucks. That means they're going to be in, that means they're going to be. It's probably the worst defense in the league. They just fired their secondary coach. You know, they're going to be in shootouts all year long, which is a big. That kind of really, I think, elevates Amara where Dallas has one of the best defenses in the league, and they are not going to be in shootouts. You know, there's a team that's going to be kind of more in a positive game scripts as opposed to Detroit. So that's why I put Amara up over CD.
Yeah, I like Amon-Ra over CD right now, I think, too. That Hawkinson trade just makes me like Amon-Ra so much right now. So this one's kind of a big one, but I'll go ahead and throw it up here. Should I make any moves? Mike Patrick, T. Higgins, Miles Sanders. I tried to upgrade that tight end.
Yeah,
He's really good. These teams that have really good running backs and wide receivers seem to really be lacking at tight end, and I've tried to upgrade Kyle Pitts. And you can do it with Miles Sanders. I mean, that's a good.
You can use Miles Sanders to upgrade Pitts for sure.
Yeah.
Miles Sanders and Kyle Pitts for another tight end.
Yep, that's what I would do. Let's see. Rank these wide receivers best to worst. Woods, Wilson, Claypool, Duvernay, Mooney. Woods is my worst.
I guess for the week or for the season.
Let's just go for the season. Because maybe they're trying to figure out who to pick up off of waivers.
For the season, give me Duvernay first with Bateman's injury. I think he's he's going to be the number one there now. But well, Andrews is the number one, but as far as receiver,
yeah.
Then Wilson, then Woods, then Mooney, Claypool. I know Tony's all over Justin Fields, but
that Robert Woods.
I assume
you're putting Robert Woods that high on that list.
I just don't know with a new receiver in Chicago. I don't know how that target share is going to work out yet. So if I'm picking up somebody tonight, I don't know how to pick between Mooney and Claypool.
I don't know that I'm a big Wilson believer right now too. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Duvernay, Mooney, Claypool, Wilson, Woods. Because I think Mooney gets opened up by having another wide receiver there more. And Justin Fields is coming on better. That offense is looking better. So,
what do you think, Tony?
Woods to me isn't even rosterable. I don't even know why he's in the conversation. I wouldn't want any part of Woods. So he's my worst. I think I probably agree with Corey. You know, it's between Mooney and Duvernay at the top. I'm probably putting Mooney over Duvernay, and then probably Claypool and Wilson, just because I think Claypool could have some upside in that offense. I don't trust Garrett Wilson, so that's kind of how I would rank them. These are all guys. These are all flex receivers.
They're all dart throwers.
You're picking guys who, you're talking about a flex plus to maybe a flex neutral and a flex negative. I mean, they're except for Woods. Woods to me isn't even a flex guy. I wouldn't even have him on my roster.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am too. All right, let's see. Jonathan says, "Sup boys? 2 weeks ago, I traded Mixon and Higgins for McCaffrey and Rondale Moore." I like that actually.
There's another robbery. What's that? 3 now? 3 robberies in one show.
Also, that's tough to do, to trade 2 guys, a running back and a wide receiver on the same team that you were able to trade both those guys. That's
he found the Bungles fan in that league, didn't he?
Did. That's what he did. He found that.
I probably prefer Higgins over Moore with the Jamar Chase injury, but here's why I like it, Jonathan, is on a week-to-week basis, your Mixon and Higgins are both not going to have games. So you kind of unloaded yourself of that headache of hoping that one of those guys goes off. And Mixon has just not been efficient in that offense.
Here's another reason why I like that. Here's Joe Mixon weeks 15, 16, and 17, respectively. Tampa Bay, New England, Buffalo. I hate Cincinnati's playoff schedule. So I think you get a huge, huge boost right there without having to risk not being able to make the playoffs because you got some usable pieces. When you look over, here's McCaffrey's playoff schedule. You ready? Seattle, Washington, Las Vegas. That's a W in my book. I love that trade. So that's what I'm going with. All righty. Gerald Everett or Kyle Pitts, week 9, half PPR. I'm going Gerald Everett.
Everett in a heartbeat.
All day. Who do you like better rest of season, Cook or Mixon?
Well, let me tell you, after hearing the playoff schedule for Mixon, give me Cook.
Give me Cook. I've been avoiding a trade for Mixon all year, and don't get me wrong, I love Mixon. I have a Mixon signed jersey I'm about to hang up on my wall tomorrow, but I am not trading for him this season. I am avoiding it like the plague. It's horrible. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I like it, so I'm going to put it up on screen. I might put it back on later tonight just because. I'll scroll back up. I'm going to find the time.
What is that for?
Usually he's the favorite, so we have to put those up when they
I'm going to write down that timestamp.
Did you guys? No, wait a second. That's not my friend. That one of you guys hacked his account. You guys hacked his account and you posted it. What did I say? Who did I knock?
10:35 Eastern. I guess I should specify.
Yeah, there you go.
9:35. All right.
Here we go.
Hurst pick that one up again later.
Everett.
Not even close.
It's a Dark Wolf. It's a great matchup. You know, Kyle talked about it already against this Atlanta defense. It's very, very, very porous against the pass. Mike Williams is out. Keenan Allen banged up. We could be looking at just Josh Palmer and Everett kind of in the receiver position. So
I agree.
It's also a perfect segue for my receiver boom, Josh Palmer.
Gosh, that couldn't have been any better.
For all the reasons we talked about with Herbert, Everett, and that Tony just mentioned, you're playing Josh Palmer this week against Atlanta. He's going to be the wide receiver 1, looks like.
And he's fully
assuming Keenan Allen doesn't play because he's already bunged up from playing a few snaps this last week.
Even if he is, we're probably trusting Palmer more.
Oh, absolutely. I'm trusting Palmer way more. Palmer and Everett are going to go ape shit this week.
We can help. I got Everett in multiple leagues. All right, Tony, you going with your boom or your bust here?
Yeah, I'm going to go with my boom too. And I got Curtis Samuel on there. Certainly, you know, if I could put Scary Terry on there as well, I would. But I'm trying to pick a guy here who I think is going to outperform where people might have him ranked. And I think Curtis Samuel in this matchup has a chance to overperform. He still is carving out a nice target share, routes run. So for me, against this Minnesota defense, which has been very, very generous to opposing receivers, I like the Washington receivers. I'm going to pick Curtis Samuel as my boom.
Boom.
Again? Did he post that again?
No. He. I just wanted to bring it up again. He gave us the explanation. I just had to show it again. I'm trolling you now, Tony. All right. It was because he said you said that about Robert Woods not.
Oh man!
I forgot he's a Titans fan. I totally forgot Jaguar's a Titans fan.
Yeah,
that's hilarious, bro. It's just leave it up there. You might as well just leave it up there.
I might keep showing it. I'll keep showing it. Goodness. All right, Kyle, give me your bust.
Oh, excuse me. Great timing. DJ Moore is my bust receiver for the week.
Oh, there you go. Crush some hearts.
I know he's been bouncing back a little bit with PJ Walker the last couple weeks, but they play Cincy this week. It's not a great matchup for him. I think we refer back to a little bit of beginning of season DJ Moore this week, but he does have better matchups after this week. So
Sad day. Sad day.
hang in there, and
All
you
right.
probably have to start him because of all the freaking buys, but I wouldn't expect a game like he had last week this week against Cincy for show.
Yeah, that's fair. Though you got to think a big part of DJ Moore's big outing this last week was off of one catch. So let's also just keep that.
That's
in mind,
true.
too. He still had a decent game. But then he lost the game for them immediately after. So
Dude, seriously, what was that about?
sorry, had to bring it up. All right, that leaves Brandon Cooks for Tony.
And Brandon Cooks is, it's one of my guys.
One of your favorite guys. I know. It's got to break your heart.
Yeah, I had him. I've been high on him coming into the season. He really kind of garners elite volume in this offense. He's really the only option in that passing game. So it kind of breaks my heart a little bit to put him on my bust for week 9. But you cannot trust him at all against this Philadelphia defense. Expect them to single Brandon Cooks out and just shut him down for the week. And his weekly output has not been very strong. So for me, Brandon Cooks, unfortunately, is going to be on my bust list for the week.
Oh, that hurt to say, didn't it?
It did.
All right. Well, with that sad Eeyore tone in your voice, give us your tight end.
Yeah. So I'll go with my my boom guy for the tight end position. It's a guy I played him last week, and he kind of overperformed what I kind of expected him to do. But he was a good fill-in for a bye. That's Evan Ingram with Jacksonville. We had 4 catches, 6 targets, 55 yards last week. And of course, if you watched the game, he had that nice touchdown grab. So he's up against a Raiders defense. And unfortunately, I know all too well, they are one of the best matchups for opposing tight ends on the season. So Evan Ingram is going to be a boom tight end for the week. Let me ask you guys this question, and before Kyle gets into his boom, honest question, just talking about guys to start. How would you rank Evan Ingram or Gerald Everett?
I'm still going Gerald Everett.
I'm going.
You're still going Gerald Everett over Ingram, huh?
Yeah.
But it's not as close now as it would have been several weeks ago. Ingram's been playing very, very well.
You mean it is closer now?
But I'm still going.
Yeah, I'm still going
Everett, especially with Mike Williams out. You got to go Everett right now.
Yeah,
which is kind of shocking. He didn't make it on either of our boom lists, but here we are.
very true.
I already had Josh Palmer and Herbert. I couldn't also put Everett.
That's fair.
It's not.
All right, Kyle, give me a tight end then, since you couldn't put Everett.
All right, Robert Tonyan is my boom.
Oh.
If Alan Lazard, I pick him assuming Alan Lazard is going to miss. It's more than likely he's going to miss. And Tonyan's been playing very, very well with Lazard all bunged up, and they're playing Detroit, who Tony mentioned earlier is like the worst defense in the league. I'm loving me some Robert Tonyan this week.
Okay.
Good.
That's a name I would have never suspected you to ever put on a boom list. Because I know you're not typically a.
We're putting Bears and Tonyan on boom list. We're living in the upside down.
Yeah, this is wild.
The
Okay.
upside down.
So Tony, who you got on your bus list there?
I'm going to put Mike Gesicki on my bust.
Because he had to stay with the Dolphins. That's just enough for you to put him on.
They tried to move him. Guess couldn't find any takers. It's mostly about matchup. Chicago is it's a brutal matchup for opposing tight ends. They're kind of the flip-flop of the Raiders. And there are guys out there that I would much rather put into my starting lineup over Mike Gesicki this week. Evan Ingram and Gerald Everett, those types of guys are players that you've got to put in your lineup over someone like Mike Gesicki. And I think, I'm really interested to watch the game this week. Of course, you guys all know I live in South Florida. I'm really anxious to see what McDaniels does with Jeff Wilson, how heavily utilized he is. But Jeff Wilson, I'm telling you, this guy has some receiving chops. And that's one of the things they've been really lacking. That is why they were down on Edmonds, is because I talked about this on, I think, Monday night. I'm going to start calling him Pots, because it looks like when he's catching the ball, he's using 2 pots to catch the football. Everything kind of clanks off his hands. It's like a brick against the backboard. And that is a big part of Mike McDaniel's kind of scheme. I think Jeff Wilson is going to hurt Gesicki. I think he's going to hurt his value, because I think Jeff Wilson's going to work his way into that passing rotation a little bit, some of those drop-off passes. So anyway, Gesicki is my bust.
I don't disagree with that, honestly. Kyle, that leaves you with Mr. Higbee.
Yep, give me Higbee. I mean, he's already been playing rough. Excuse me, Tampa Bay's not. It's like a average, middle-of-the-road matchup. But Van Jefferson's back. But Cooper Kupp is also missing. So without defenses focusing on Kupp, it's not going to be quite as open for the other guys, I don't feel like. This offense has looked like trash all year. They didn't trade for a running back, which is a huge fail. And I don't think we can rely on Higbee currently like we could early in the season. And I'm not playing him against Tampa Bay this weekend.
Yeah, he was a pleasant surprise for a lot of teams early on in the season, and he's just hit that.
Oh, he froze.
Let's hit these super smashes and super
coming
crashes.
back?
Huh?
I want to give you CPR. You froze on my end there for a minute.
Oh no! But I'm back. We're good.
Yeah, you're back. You froze like this. And then you came back.
Oh, that explains why no one said anything when I said something. Cool. I was saying he had a good.
He literally froze at the exact same time.
Cool.
You just froze at the exact same time. You go. I was just saying you had a good, and then you froze.
I'm just giving up. We're just going on to your super smashes and super crashes.
I can't. That's great.
The
timing is impeccable. I love it.
Alrighty. Super smash, super crashes can be anyone at any position.
Can I comment real quick? Do you mind if I interrupt you? I'm sorry. Just because we're talking about tight ends, and I see Anton post just thoughts on likely at the tight end position. Screw you, Tony. I would stay away from. I would stay away if Andrews misses Anton. I would stay away from likely this week, and the reason why is New Orleans is the worst matchup in the league for opposing tight ends, and it's not even close. On average, tight ends are averaging less than 5 points per game at that position against New Orleans. So I would not drink the Kool-Aid this week on likely. I would be staying away from him. If Andrews back, of course you got to play Andrews because he's a stud guy. But I would not be playing likely. I wouldn't be starting likely against this New Orleans off defense, which shuts down the tight end position.
Cool. All right, going back here, super smash, super crash. Any position, anything you want. Kyle, let's start with you on either one. Which one you want? Your super smash or super crash?
Let's go super smash. Chris Olave against Baltimore. It's a great matchup. He's coming off of a down game last week. I think he's going to go completely crazy this week against Baltimore. And I think they'll have to keep up with him on the scoreboard. So I love me some Chris Olave this week, man.
Yeah, that Baltimore pass defense, not great. Not good at all. And Chris Olave has been really good this season. So I'm liking that pick as well. Tony, which one you gonna give me? Your super smash or your super crash?
Yeah, I'll say with Super Smash. I think my absolute play of the week at any position this week is Aaron Jones against that Detroit defense. I think last time they met up, what did Aaron Jones have? Like 600 total yards and 8 touchdowns.
Something like that. I think it was only 7.5 touchdowns, but yeah.
I think game script is gonna work for him. I think Lazard being injured is gonna work for Aaron Jones. We saw him dominate the touches last week. I think he's gonna be utilized in the passing game. I mean, this could just be a video game Tecmo Bowl Aaron Jones against this Detroit defense. So
It's gonna be a fun game to be
I'm
an
all
Aaron
over
Jones
the matchup.
owner.
Aaron Jones he's got to be in your lineup this week.
He'll be in my DFS lineup this week. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
And everybody else's too, probably.
Probably so. Yeah, nothing original there. All right, Kyle, give me your super crash.
Super crash is I pulled a Tony. Give me the Kansas City running backs
There you go.
against the toughest run defense in the league. Tennessee. That is, well, I guess Pierce had a pretty good game, but still, they're the worst matchup for running backs, man. You can't start these guys. You don't know who's going to start, who's going to get more carries from week to week. It's a complete clusterfuck in Kansas City at the running back position. And Tennessee is not the place to try to slide one in, even with 6 teams on a bye.
Don't get cute. Or
Can't
that
do
this way.
You can't do it.
You just can't do it. Perfect. All righty. So, Tony, that leaves you with your super crash of the week.
Going with Brian Robinson. Tough matchup against Minnesota. This is a defense you want to pass on. You don't want to try and run on this defense. Not being utilized at all in that passing game. We saw Antonio Gibson carving out a bigger role. And Brian Robinson is just not a guy that I'm ready to drink the Kool-Aid on. So for me, I'm going to put him in my super crash. I am playing the receivers, not playing the running back.
That's fair. That is fair. Okay, so that concludes our boom and bust lists. Get a good look at that. Put them in your lineups or take them out. Trevor.
Corey, I do have a critique of you, Corey. I'm not real happy that the lists they need to be kind of squared off on the bottom.
Yeah, that's my bad. They got a little bit uneven because my pickers just have a really hard time. How does that keep getting back on screen? I don't know.
You see what you're doing?
That's a total YouTube glitch, Tony. That's all that
What's
is.
going on,
I don't know how
Igor?
this keeps- I don't know how that keeps getting on screen.
This is all your
That is-
fault.
Man, it is. Oh, go away. Wait, how does this keep happening? Go here. Let me click it off. There we go. All right.
What's funny is earlier when he had the Jets running backs, I was like, oh, he'll leave him back out. No, because I put him on the same freaking side that he did, so it's even more off than it would.
Yeah, you
Oh,
guys,
my
you
goodness.
both suck, actually. So,
Yeah,
Just
but
jump
it's
in.
about time somebody give Tony a hard time instead of me. So
all righty. Here
Tony's
we go.
the
Let's,
favorite around here, right? So
let's knock through some of these really quick. We got Hurts, Henry, McCaffrey, Waddle, Higgins, blah, blah, blah. You can read it. What should I look to upgrade? Rondell Moore on the bench.
Who's your
I
tight
feel,
end?
I feel like that Brian
Schultz.
from Family Guy meme where his jaw just hits the table, you know? It's just like,
Yeah,
that's
Bill
great.
Schultz is your tight end.
yeah.
Love it.
Got a
All
great
of that
team.
roster.
That's a fantastic team.
You got a great team. Don't mess with it. What's the expression? We're
Don't
gonna
fix the thing broken.
I want to make Professor T-shirts.
Absolutely.
We're gonna finish it with don't try being happier than happy.
Yeah.
Don't
Fitting.
mess with it. You're gonna tinker with this thing and it's gonna fall apart on you. Lee, you got a great lineup here.
Yeah, don't
If it ain't
fix it if
broke,
it ain't
don't
broken.
fix it.
Yep. Unless you just have some extra duct tape sitting around. Alrighty. Who do you guys have ranked higher this week? Boyd or DJ Moore or Mostert?
I want
Not
Mostert.
Mostert.
I want Mostert.
Mostert. is-
Against
I don't
Chicago, give me all the Mostert.
Not with Jeff Wilson there.
Give me Boyd.
I ain't worried about Jeff Wilson this week as
You
much
should
as I will
be.
be next week.
You should be. He knows this coaching staff. He knows the scheme. This guy, he's going to come in and he's going to be ready to roll on Sunday. So
Yeah, 'cause
I'm
the
not saying
trade
it's going to
happened-
be a 50-50 split, but I don't trust Mostert.
Here's the thing: the trade happened early in the week. McCaffrey's happened after Thursday night football or something, and he's still got play time. Jeff Wilson has plenty of time this week to come in and learn a scheme for this week with a coach he's familiar with. I agree. I think Mostert takes a hit. I think Boyd, for me, is the highest out of those three this week.
You're wrong, but it's okay.
I'm used to it.
Even 50-50, they can both have a great week against Chicago. Chicago is horrible against the run.
All right, Edward.
That's true. And they did just trade away Roquan Smith, so that's even worse for their defense.
Edward, if you're just a word of advice, if you're comparing receivers who are close in starting value, one of the things that you have to use to kind of make your final decision is the quarterback. I'd much rather have the guy with Joe Burrow than the guy with PJ Walker. I don't care how much PJ Walker is locked in on DJ
point.
Moore. So, without Jamar Chase, you mean, how do you not take Boyd?
Yeah.
I think Boyd is. I don't think it's even close on this one.
I agree. If you're getting squeamish about Mostert and Jeff Wilson, then I agree Boyd over Moore.
Yeah. All right. Kyle Pitts a starter? I don't trust him. Not yet.
I mean,
Depends on who you got, but
it's a big bye week. I could understand it. It's not a horrible matchup. I don't think Los Angeles is very good against tight
It's a
ends.
neutral. It's a neutral matchup.
Yeah, it's not
There
like
are the guys I'd rather start.
they're not playing San Fran or something like that, but there are definitely better starts. Go grab Evan Ingram if he's still available.
Ingram, Dulcich, Everett's probably not there, but Ingram and Dulcich might be on waivers.
Those are two guys I would go. Well, Denver's on a bye this week, but yeah, Ingram for sure is a great grab.
Ingram is up there on the boom list. He is super. Alrighty, I know it doesn't affect fantasy this year, but thoughts on Calvin Ridley deal to Jacksonville?
Well, Jacksonville's giving up they're giving up real picks for this guy. So, this is all incentive laden type agreement. This guy's going to have to first get back on the field.
Yeah,
And then he's going to have to play and then produce. So I think it's a great trade for Jacksonville because they have potentially a stud wide receiver one in Calvin Ridley. We all kind of forget maybe how good Calvin Ridley is. I hope this kid comes back hungry and ready to play. So it could be huge for Trevor Lawrence.
you really could.
For sure. All right, one more for us. Gerald Everett or Evan Ingram, week 9.
We just talked about this.
Yeah, Everett.
Yep. All
It's
righty.
close, but I'm going Everett. Yep.
Yep. All righty. And this one is a great little segue. Who are your top 3 ads this week? Guys, that is a perfect question for the next crew we have coming on for our very next show, The Waiver. You're going to have 7 o'clock. You're going to have JV show. You're going to have Jeff with MEedia popping on here on a waiver-specific show. So that's going to be it for Boom or Bust right now. We're going to take a couple minutes break here and get them on stream and enjoy that. And we'll see you a little bit. Don't forget to click the link in the description and go and for that jersey giveaway. See you in a couple minutes. at that. We're on your
Hi.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the first episode of The Waiver. This is where we talk about the top 5 waiver pickups of the week. I'm 7 o'clock. I'm accompanied by Jeff Clark, aka MEedia. If you aren't familiar with the MEedia app, you need to get familiar with the MEedia app. Across from him, we have JV of the JV Show. If you're not familiar with him, you need to get familiar with him. This is The Waiver. This is Tuesday. Shout out to the Fantasy Football Network. Shout out to the Melon app. Let's get it. How are you gentlemen doing?
I'm
Doing
good, Sid.
Good.
Doing
Yeah.
good, yeah. Nice,
Doing good.
nice to see the boys again.
Okay. We're gonna start. It's been a while. One, we haven't done an FNL. We've moved to Tuesday, so we're a little rusty. Number two, it's a new show. It's a new setup. So please forgive us. We're only going to get better. Top 5 receivers, week 9. This isn't really the show for that, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Dylan because he spits hot fire. Shout out to those that appreciate that David Cole bar. Real quick, do you guys have anyone for them? I'm assuming what? Maybe Cooper Kupp doesn't make the top 5 this week due to injury, but we'll go Adams, Hill,
Yeah.
Weeks.
My man Waddle has been killing it as well.
Yeah.
You can go with Waddle. And
AJ Brown against the Texans.
Ooh.
After what happened last week, if you had Jalen
we
Hurts,
don't talk about Pittsburgh. We do not talk about Pittsburgh on the Fantasy Football Network.
Unfortunately, I landed myself in a league with Jalen Hurts on my side, but AJ Brown on the other. So it was a lot of poor emotions that game. But hey, if you have either of them this week, I think they're finishing top 5 regardless.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the waiver wire pickups, man. We got the top 5. Number 1, we had Justin Fields. Dude has been balling. He has been a top 5 quarterback the last 2 weeks. Owned in 39% or rostered in 39% of leagues. Suggested amount of fab is 10%. Do you guys agree with that?
I do. I was actually shocked when I got home and turned on the game and saw that the Bears were actually close with the Cowboys. I was like, for a little while, I was like, what the hell? They scored, man. What's going on? And now I don't know how quickly they'll be able to go ahead and get him into the lineup. But with Claypool being added, now there's another receiving threat. So, yeah, especially if you're in a league, like I'm in a couple of leagues where you got to run 2 quarterbacks, definitely go ahead and get them.
I like it.
Yeah, for me with Justin Fields, looking at his previous 4 games, it's been 17, 19, 24, and 26. So really solid numbers, especially if you are on a bye week this week. I know a lot of guys have been struggling with that since week 5, week 6-ish. And Jeff, you mentioned you got Claypool there. That's just upgrades. I mean, he was really only rolling with Darnell Mooney at the time. I honestly think he's a good quarterback to have on your roster. Maybe stash him in a deeper league. He's got the legs. He's going to get 80 yards rushing every game. The only problem is he's on the Bears, and the Bears are who we thought they were. They aren't a very good team. So he could post 25 next week. He could also post 10 and upset. So I wouldn't put all my dependency on him, but I would like to pick him up off waivers if I have a chance this week.
I love it. We got Rondell, Palmer, or Hubbard.
Palmer.
I was leaning Palmer as well.
I don't mind Palmer, but I think Rondell more this week.
Okay.
He stepped in. He's also stepped into a big role. I mean, 23 points last week, I think, was his highest receiving yard total of his career so far. Without Marquise Brown in the lineup, I mean, somebody's got to fill the shoes. So I don't mind either Palmer or Rondell Moore, but not Hubbard. I think we're gonna touch on Foreman a little bit later.
Yeah,
for sure. Logan says Gerald Everett or Evan Ingram week 9. Ingram has been balling, man. He's been quiet.
Yes.
Playing a
Yeah,
lot better in Jacksonville than he has in New York.
yeah.
No Allen and no Mike Williams, or Allen being inconsistent and Williams. It's hard to turn down Everett. What do you guys think, real quick?
Just looking at the target share, Evan Ingram has been making his targets count. Tight end is one that you really got to watch for, man. I made the mistake, I believe, a couple of weeks ago, picking up David Bellinger from the Giants, and Evan Ingram was there, and I've been kicking myself ever since. Ingram, I know, is involved. You're hoping Everett is involved. That's the difference.
Got you.
Yeah.
Let
me just hop. Yeah, I was just gonna hop in quick. Back up Uncle Jeff's point here. Ingram's been averaging, I'd say, around like 12 points per game over the past 4 weeks with the Jags. I don't mind that at all. I'm probably starting him this week until he can prove that he's not a reliable start. He had 10 targets against Houston in week 5. He's at 6.76. The target share is there. I don't see why you wouldn't start him. Again, it goes back to that theory that we had rolling on FNL. There aren't 12 better tight ends that you're going to start over Evan Ingram, right? So it's like you got to start him right now, especially with guys like Njoku out this week. I don't mind it at all.
Thoughts on Bills Hines? It don't really move me, to be honest with you. I mean,
man, their
running back is Josh Allen until it's not.
Yeah. That trade was almost like, I'm gonna give you my right sock for your left sock. I was like, what the hell? Zach Moss, Naeem Hines? I didn't understand that at all. And you got James Cook still there. So yeah.
I'm with you. JV, real quick. Brian Robinson, Tyler, or Huntley?
Ooh. I'm torn. Allegrier on the foul. I might roll. Robinson didn't have a good week last week. 2 points against Indianapolis, but he might be the best bet here. I don't know. What do you guys think about this one?
Well, looking at both Algier and Robinson, the upside they have over Huntley is they are goal line backs. Matter of fact, towards the end of the game, even though Heineke went ahead and snuck it in, you notice it was Robinson in and not Gibson. And that's the same thing with Algier. The touchdown that they did get, it was Algier that punched it in and not Huntley. So, it depends if you're in a non-PPR league, maybe then you look at Huntley. But, I would go with those two. I think they have a bigger upside. Either one of those two.
Is Garrett Wilson is a rate worth trading Wilson for Tooney? I know Wilson's it's hard to, go ahead, JB.
I'm torn. Tony is a guy that we didn't have on our list tonight, but was on a few posts that I saw. I'm not a fan of Kadarius Toney because the amount of speed guys that Andy Reid has in that Kansas City right now is still. They got McCole Hardman, they got Juju Smith working, they have Travis Kelce, Pacheco, who we're gonna get to. I just don't see room where Kadarius Toney could be a consistent benefactor in that offense. So I'd probably hold on to Wilson.
Okay. I'm going to disagree. Okay. Only if Toney is healthy. He is the guy that kind of gives you that Tyreek Hill factor where it's after the catch. He's got a little bit more elusiveness than all of the other aforementioned receivers there. And that's the kind of thing where I at least want to grab him and hold on to him. The Jets look like they are turning into a mess. The Jets that we thought they're going to be. Once Breece Hall's out of the picture, it seems like now that whole offense has just decided to implode, and Zach Wilson is throwing his own monkey wrenches in that offense as well.
For sure.
So that's why if you have some other guys where you can wait and see what's going to happen in Kansas City, Toney have a lot of value towards the playoffs if you're in there and might have some higher upside. But I do like Wilson as well, JB. I'm with you on that. I just want to see what Tony's going to do with the quarterback like Mahomes.
G to the X asked, what are some waiver defenses I should pick up this week? I mean, you got to target the guys who are on defenses that are playing against bad offenses. That always works by default. You know, who are the Texans playing? Who are the Jets playing? I mean, I'm being dead ass. You know.
Yeah.
You know, it's matchups.
The Eagles ain't there. I know that for a
fact. Yeah. Probably the Vikings are the top guys that I'm looking at right now. Against Washington this week, came off a good week against Arizona.
Yeah.
Probably gonna want to target them.
It says I gave Dalvin, Fournette, Mike Evans, Lamar for Hurts, Waddle, CD, Swift, full PPR. I already got Kamara. I think you won the trade.
Yeah, by far.
Hurts. I think Hurts might be doing better now. Waddle over Mike Evans, CD for Fournette. I guess that's a push. Swift. Hopefully he can start getting some of that goal line work. Yeah. I think you won that trade. I'm gonna try to get through these comments real quick so that we can get through the waiver pickup. Matter of fact, we're not gonna ignore your guys's your questions, but we got to also get through the content real quick. So I'm just going to go to the next person. Was Khalil Herbert, owning 51.9% of rosters. Suggested fab was 35%. I think that's a lot for a guy who's still competing with Monty. What are your thoughts on Khalil Herbert, JV? And then I'm going to keep pushing through these questions.
Yeah, so Khalil Herbert, just to give everybody a quick overview, has scored 15 and 16 points in his last 2 games. David Montgomery in his last 2 games has had 12 and 8.5. So David Montgomery by no means is out of the picture. I don't mind Herbert as a pickup. However, I wouldn't expect him to be a great running back with Montgomery still in the mix, especially on the Bears offense, which again, I can't stress enough, is absolutely terrible. So if you're looking for any type of offensive movement, you might be disappointed.
Jeff, should I trade Barkley and Gabe Davis for Diggs and Herbert? Daniel Jones is my starter.
What are you talking about? Herbert, the starting quarterback for the Chargers?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
We're not talking about Khalil Herbert. Sure. I just want to make sure.
I was thinking the same thing, Jeff.
It depends who your running backs are. If you got, like Derrick Henry and somebody else, then I might make that trade. If you're talking about Herbert, the quarterback, and not Khalil Herbert. But it honestly depends who your other running backs are. You're looking at you're saying Daniel Jones is your starter right now, then you must be talking about the Chargers quarterback. And if you're talking about the Chargers quarterback, I would pull that trigger.
Gotcha.
What are your thoughts on Khalil Herbert, though, Jeff, the running back for Chicago?
To me, he's a flex right now at best, unless Montgomery gets hurt.
Yeah.
It's going to be real interesting to see what Chicago's offense, if it, is able to change a little bit. It seems like it's starting to progress a little bit. Like I said, I've been kind of shocked the last couple of weeks with the amount of points they've been putting up. I honestly think they're starting to look at Khalil Herbert as a better running back than David Montgomery. It's to be debated. But right now that he's splitting carries with Montgomery, he's still not the starter. Like I said, he's a flex. He's going to get a breakout run. He'll maybe get you 6 points and a touchdown, but he's not going to get you 20 points. So,
should I trade away Jacobs, Walker, Davis for Henry, Lockett, Allen? Go ahead, get in there, JV.
I don't like Lockett. I honestly don't even like Keenan Allen right now. Henry's really the only appeal that I have there, and Kenneth Walker is a big winner this year. I'd probably stick with who you got. I don't think either way you'd be gaining or losing a lot, but I'd probably stick with your guns on this one.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say a quick shout out to Allison Lee of Sierra School. She has been a dope supporter. I can hear the echo in the back. I really appreciate you. She's cooking up some fire lemon pepper wing chicken. And I just want to say I appreciate you right now.
Man, you can't say that on air, brother. You done got me hungry.
I did it. I did it. She might walk in here, or she's probably blushing right now in the kitchen, but I can smell the chicken right now, bro. And I'm glad this is a 30-minute show and not a full hour.
I heard that.
Uh-oh. Shoot.
Man, if I just want to piggyback on that because I'm a huge Henry fan, but Walker and Jacobs, I always like diversity as well. That's a running back 1, running back 2 that you can play. This last week, I think, was an aberration for Jacobs. I think he's going to get back to, actually scoring in a game and at least getting you 15 points. So, and Walker, he could bust off and get you 2 touchdowns a game and almost match Henry. So.
All right, let's get into the third waiver wire pickup, which is Isaiah Pacheco, rostered in 30.6% of rosters. Suggested fab is 5%. What are you guys' thoughts on Isaiah Pacheco? JB, you want to tackle this one first, and then pass it off to Jeff, and then I'm gonna start lining up these questions.
Oh, we have the biggest Isaiah Pacheco fanboy on us in Jeff. He was the biggest fan of Isaiah Pacheco when the season started. Very, very talented running back. I think we can see that based off the way that the Chiefs have utilized him on kick return, on all different ways in the offense. But there's a lot of pieces moving in that Kansas City Chiefs offense. There's a lot of mouths to feed. And I just don't think Isaiah Pacheco is a guy that could appeal to fantasy owners as a sustainable, consistent producer. Although I think he's really talented, I just don't think the Chiefs offense is created to help him succeed as a fantasy player.
Jeff, your thoughts?
Yeah, I did like Pacheco at the beginning of the season. I thought he might be a guy that was going to turn out to be a Kareem Hunt. Until I watched him again, he does not have the jump cut that Kareem Hunt has, and that's the issue. He's a hard runner, but he's not a shifty runner. That's why they keep cycling in McKinnon. That's why they stick with CEH. There's just not enough run for him in there, and that's the only issue. Now, if you want to stash him, if somebody happens to get hurt, then you got something. But
that part,
like that's happening right now. There are just so many pieces in the Chiefs offense right now, man. It's like the only people that are really, the guys that are going to produce is Mahomes and definitely Kelsey. And now I'm looking at either after that, it's Hardman, maybe Juju. So
I feel you.
But there's a lot going on in that offense right now.
I feel you. Real quick, shout out to the Fantasy Football Network for letting us do what we do so well. Shout out to the Melon app. If you guys haven't hit that like button already, please do so. It goes a lot further than you guys actually realize. We appreciate it. Shout out to Mr. Crusher 51 for this J. Cole KOD logo. I don't know what you call it, profile pic. I'm digging it. Says, my team is Burrow, D-Hop Higgins, Josh Jacobs, James Robinson, Hayden Hurst, and DK in a 14-man league. Is there anything I should improve on? Maybe tight end.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to wait to see if James Robinson fully develops this season. That's really the big thing for me on that team. Just really quickly here too, I'm pretty sure the network's also got a giveaway for, correct me if I'm wrong, but a signed DeAndre Swift jersey that you could win tonight. So hit that link in the description. We got the ticker below. And for a chance to win that jersey, I think announced on the last call segment in an hour or two.
Appreciate that, JV. Appreciate that. I got one for you, Jeff. How much fab should I use on Brock Wright in my 1.5 tight end premium dynasty league? In total tight end, I get 2.5 points per reception. It's a 12-team league, and we drafted 32 rounds, so waivers is super dry.
Man,
10%.
Man, I'm always going about say 3%, man. On that, I think that's one of those guys that you can kind of sneak and get in, because most guys are going to have their tight ends. They're going to have their guys already set up for dynasty. So, you know, it depends if you actually are planning on playing him this season, or if he's going to be on a, you know, if you're bringing him onto a taxi squad. I don't know what league you're actually in, if they actually have the taxi squad. But yeah, I wouldn't spend too much on that. You don't know what you're going to get. So
I'm going to go back to you, Jeff, because it's funny, because I was looking to add Kyron Williams. I'm in 3 analyst leagues total, and in all 3, I went to add Kyron, and in one league, he wasn't available, and there was this dirty dog, this Marcus Allen lookalike. Dude. That's so funny that this question is asked, because your dog ass picked him up. What are your thoughts?
McVay likes this dude. And so he's almost like, when he gets excited about a player, just like he did with Cam Akers for a while there, he's going to do everything he can to give him the ball. And I think he might need be the spark in that running game that the Rams need right now. Hell, they're trying everybody right now. They're bringing up Rivers from the practice squad. He's getting run. He is just trying to figure out how to get this dude in the lineup and give him the ball. And if that happens to work out, that could be huge during playoffs. And then if I happen to get there, because I'm doing well in that league, yeah. So that's why I had to go grab
And actually, just touching on him real quickly, week 9, he's got the Buccaneers. So if you do go after him, don't get discouraged, I don't think, if he doesn't have the best of weeks, because the Bucs have notoriously had a fantastic run defense.
Yeah.
And even the best of the best have struggled there. So if he doesn't perform up to your expectations, just take it easy for a sec, because he's got Arizona, New Orleans, Kansas City, Seattle, sorry, Jeff, but a bunch of weak run defenses coming up. And honestly, I think I think that he could show up big time down the stretch. Damn.
He said that Seattle defense is like wet tissue.
Wait a minute, we pull it together, baby. We pull it together. That's why we are in first place.
Let me get into this waiver list. We only got 6 minutes left. Hey, we appreciate y'all rocking with us for this quick 30 minutes. Foreman owned in 66.7, rostered in 66.7, recommended fab 60%. Jeff, I mean, I feel like you should use more than 60%.
Yes.
Like if you're somebody that has James Robinson, I am going and trying to get him right now. That's why I was looking at somebody else asking about Chuba Hubbard. I'm like, why are you even thinking about Chuba Hubbard while you got all these D names? I'm just going to say Foreman doing his thing in there. 3 touchdowns last week. That's why I think they were able to go ahead and let McCaffrey go, because they knew what they had in him. So
he was a dog at Texas.
Exactly.
He was a dog. For those that watch college ball, you know. Hey, Kyle and Corey know he's a dog.
Exactly. Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm like all in on him. If you need an RB1 or a high RB2, you got to go get him.
JV,
and if you miss them,
I'm on Raw, about to do amazing. Should I try to trade for Debo? Should I try to trade Debo for him or maybe Boyd? I don't know why you would try to trade Boyd.
Yeah, I would keep Boyd, especially with Jamar Chase out. I don't know if that's a news flash, but yeah, Jamar Chase is out for 4 to 6 weeks, so I'm probably holding on to Tyler Boyd. And I really the Lions' offense isn't very appealing right now. So yeah, he might be okay, but I'd hold guys. Just touching on Foreman quick too. I've been a fan ever since he was in Houston. Obviously, he had troubles. Now the backfield's wide open. He's got to himself. He scored 31 points this week.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't get him last week, you missed out on a big opportunity. You should be buying in this week. Literally anybody, first place to 12th place. If you want to win your fantasy championship, you're buying into Foreman this week.
Can I talk to Jay Heck real quick? My man,
do it. Knock it out. I'm gonna line up the next waiver wire. We got 3 minutes.
Unless you know something about Amon St. Ra or Amon-Ra St. Brown just balling out, because you said it seemed like you know something that we don't know. Maybe you're just looking at the TJ Hawkinson trade and just thinking he's going to get extra targets. You got to remember, too, that Jameson Williamson is coming back pretty soon. So don't get too high on him, because he may not even be the wide receiver number one. And the last time I checked, a lot of targets were going to Khalif Raymond, too. So, and with Swift being back, man, you got to figure all of that in to that equation. So the guys that you're looking to trade for him, I really don't know if it's worth it. So
we got Kenyon Drake at waiver wire pickup number 5, owned in 17.7% of rosters. Suggested fab 5 to 10%. I'm not really buying it, just because between him, JK, and Gus Edwards, I think I'm cool. And Lamar as well. Like, I wouldn't spend fab on him. Maybe I'd roster him, but I use my waiver wire priority, but I maybe wouldn't use fab on him. I don't know how you guys feel. That's our 5th and final pickup of the week, and then we can try to answer as many questions as possible before the next show comes on.
Yeah, I feel the same, Seven. Busy backfield. He's done good. He's a dog, but it's Lamar again. He's the RB1 in the offense. So you're gonna get where you're gonna get. If you need a pickup, if you need a flex play, yeah, I guess you could target him, but it's busy back there. I wouldn't expect much.
Jeff, I'm in an 8-man league, and I have Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins. Should I stick with them at QB? Hell no.
I was just about to say that.
I mean,
how are those your quarterbacks? There's only 8 teams.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, you better have Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook. You better have everybody on this roster if you got these two in an 8-man as your double QBs. Like,
and if that's it, I honestly don't mind Kirk Cousins, but I'm just like,
top 8 though. Like, if it's an 8-team league, you should have a top 8 quarterback in my opinion.
You sure should. Yeah.
Should I sell high on Pierce? His schedule isn't the best. Jeff, you are a Pierce truther. What are your thoughts?
Who are you going to sell high for him to get? That's my whole thing. I'm holding on to Pierce, man, because I think he is the only piece of offense that they have, and he's going to continue to get the carries. He's even getting the targets right now. That's the whole thing. He's going to get the attempts. Burkhead got 1 attempt last week. Hold on to that, dude.
Yeah, James Robinson of 2022, way back when we saw him in 2020, it's the same thing. Just run him. Just hold on to him. He's going to produce all season long. I don't know why you would sell.
Man, that wraps up the waiver with Jeff Clark, a.k.a. MEedia, JV from the JV Show. I'm 7 o'clock, part of the Las Vegas Fantasy Football Conference, going down Labor Day weekend. This is the Fantasy Football Network, as Jay-Z, not Jay-Z, as Jay-Z.
Hey, I don't have a problem with it.
As JV mentioned, we have a DeAndre Swift jersey up for grabs. Make sure you get into that. We have Top Tier up next. Man, stay tuned. There'll be a brief 1-2 minute break. Make sure you subscribe to JV. Make sure you subscribe to Jeff MEedia. Take care. We'll see you guys next Tuesday. Peace.
Peace.
Peace out.
We're back. Ooh, that wasn't even
Everybody's like,
good.
oh man, these
Yeah,
clowns
like, you
again.
guys are- damn it. Oh, we're so tired of seeing their faces and hearing their voices, and their advice sucks. No, here we are. Here we are. Guys, we have a new show that we have never done before. Just like a waiver, it was brand new. Now we have top tier fantasy ranking show. It's also brand new. Me and Kyle are going to dive in here and do some tiered rankings. So, Kyle, let's go ahead and get started on that really quick. What do you think?
Let's do it.
30 minutes goes really fast. And Jay Gore, what a night. Crushed it out here.
Jay Gore's my hero of the night.
Alrighty, guys. So we have top tier fantasy rankings. We're going to start with quarterbacks. And so let's go into quarterbacks really quick. Now, over on the right side, you'll see our bank of players. This bank.
Oh, Corey froze. That's not good.
This is the order they have. So what we're going to do is we're going to put them into.
Your internet's being spotty, bruv.
Dang it. And it sucks because it doesn't glitch on my side. So I can't tell. So
You're like, everything's good. And everybody's like, no, it's not.
sorry. So what we're going to do is take these Fantasy Pros rankings and put them into tiers for you. So let's start, Kyle. Tier 1, Josh Allen, obviously a tier 1 quarterback.
Obviously. Yeah. And then I'm throwing Jalen Hurts in there in that
Yep.
top tier with him.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the end of tier 1 for me this week.
Yeah, I would agree with that just based off of matchups. So that means we're
Yep.
starting on tier 2, which obviously Patrick Mahomes is in.
Patty Mahomes, Lamar Jackson's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
know he has not been living up to standards lately, but it feels fluky, right? I mean, the guy was playing amazing at the beginning of the year. He didn't lose his talent.
Correct.
Like, yeah, I still got him up there
Yeah.
for sure. And then, just based off of matchup, like I'm feeling me some Justin Herbert this week.
Yeah, Justin Herbert's matchup against Atlanta, I think, gives him. And I know we've talked about the weapons that he's missing, but they're so deep at weaponry. And again, I know he's probably going to have to check down to Austin Eckler, but Eckler scores touchdowns. And last I noticed, that also was points for Justin Herbert, right? So if he's throwing him touchdowns. So I think Justin Herbert's going to be just fine. Gerald Everett's in and everything. I think it's going to be fine.
I agree.
Alrighty. Do we throw Kyler Murray in the same tier 2 going against Seattle?
Kyler just hadn't been getting it done this year.
But he's got DeAndre Hopkins back. I mean, you don't think so? He had a good week this week.
That's a good point with Hopkins. Yeah, he'd be my last one in tier 2.
I'm just saying, Minnesota last week he scored 30.5 fantasy points. He's
playing Seattle. That's a fantastic matchup.
So I think we have to put him in tier 2.
With Hopkins, he has to go in tier 2 with those guys.
Perfect. All right, there's tier 1 and tier 2 then.
I want to take this time. I want to take a quick moment just to bring up Philly Editor mentioned in the chat. How do I enter the giveaway? It's great of you to ask. Go to the description of this video and you'll see a link. Click that link and follow all the instructions. You'll see a bunch of tasks to go do to get a bunch of entries.
Or you get an automatic entry for entering your email address or just logging in with your Facebook, whatever. Just log in so that we can get a way to contact you.
For those of you that have questions that nobody's gotten to yet, we'll get back to it. If not on this show, because it's a very quick-paced half-hour show, we will get to it in last call, I promise.
Yeah, last call is going to be a lot of fun. We'll have the shot callers on with us, and we'll get to it then. But yeah, go to link below. Get as many entries into the giveaway as you want, and whatever gives you the best chance to win, right? Okay, back over here, tier 3. Joe Burrow is going against Carolina this week.
Yep.
Great matchup. Love that. Tua against Chicago. Also loving that.
Love Tua against Chicago.
Kirk Cousins against Washington. I think that's probably still falling into tier 3 here.
Yep. And I'm going to put Geno in the same tier. And I'm going to put Justin Fields in the same tier.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to jump down here to Justin Fields and put him in tier 3 as well. God, look at that. We are in the same wavelength here. Perfect. Alrighty. So here's what we got left. And honestly, I haven't been super excited about these guys for most of the time. Tom Brady's going against the Rams.
I don't feel great about him. You know, I had him as my bust QB.
Yeah.
Earlier. But he
we're
is
at tier 4.
He is the next one up, yes.
We're at tier 4 here. So Tom Brady. They actually have Aaron Rodgers. They've switched this up since I did this last night. Sorry. So they have Aaron Rodgers next, going against Detroit. I don't hate that. Detroit sucks.
Detroit is awful.
So Aaron Rodgers also not doing great. So I think he deserves to be down there at tier 4. He hasn't been scoring enough points this week. And I think Aaron Jones scores a lot of their points, not Aaron Rodgers. So just throwing that out there. All right.
Then I think you got to go Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right.
And then I'd probably throw the rest of them in tier 5.
Okay. I was thinking Jared Goff maybe in tier 4.
Green Bay's, it's not a terrible matchup, but it's not a great one either.
Yeah.
And I feel like Goff, to perform fantasy point wise, has needed an amazing matchup for it to pay off.
Yeah.
So I have a hard time putting him any higher than that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So let's see. Alrighty, so that's that. Let's go back here. Let's do some running backs. Alrighty. Derrick Henry sitting at the top, and then he's going against Kansas City.
No, I want Eckler number 1 against Atlanta.
Yeah, why? They've changed this up so much since last night. Like, they literally had Eckler way down here last night, which I was confused about. I had no idea what was going on. My guess is the consensus rankings, not everyone had their rankings in yet, would be my guess.
I'm thinking you're probably right.
Yeah, I also want Eckler there against Atlanta. Yes, please. But also Derrick Henry. I mean, both tier 1 there. Don't hate Alvin Kamara there against Baltimore.
No, but I would rather have Aaron Jones against Detroit.
Yeah, I like that. And let's just put You think Kamara over here in tier 2 kind of starting? I think these are your kind of.
I think
Elite.
that completes tier 1. Tier 2, Kamara. I like that as a good start there in tier 2.
Jacobs for sure, right?
Jacobs against Jacksonville is a great matchup.
And where is ETN? There's ETN. I love ETN against Las Vegas.
Yeah, ETN. I also love Walker against Arizona.
Okay. Ooh. Trying to learn how to use it. No, I'm just kidding.
For those of you who can't read.
All right. I think to me that concludes tier 2.
Yeah, I think so too.
And then I think we can start in on Joe Mixon against Carolina. And then we can do Dalvin Cook against Washington. I do like Leonard Fournette against the Rams. If they throw him the damn ball, I like it if they throw him the ball.
I like Stevenson.
I like Stevenson here too. And trying to think if I actually like anyone else here.
I do not.
I don't either.
That concludes that tier for me.
I agree.
Tier 4 is large, though.
Yeah, I would agree.
You have to start with Taylor here, I think.
Against New England, yeah.
It's not a great matchup, but I can't let him drop any further in my rankings.
No, and I think Miles Sanders goes here too. Against Houston. They kept him. They didn't trade for anybody. So that's that. And then I think you also get Dante Foreman here.
I like Pierce better than Foreman. I know he's playing Philly, but he did pretty well against Tennessee, who was like the toughest matchup in the league. In fact, I like Pierce better than Sanders.
Yep.
Just because he's such a workhorse and literally the only weapon they have. But he proved last week like he can get it done in a tough matchup with that workload. So I would move Pierce up there. Then I think you got to go Swift.
Perfect. Alrighty, what do you think about Jamal Williams? Is he dropping that same tier with Swift, kinda?
Yeah, I think he does. I think they kind of rank back to back. Honestly, the way
I agree. I think they kind of have to go as a pair, and I think they both score decent points.
Yeah, the way they split that workload there, I think it has to be.
For me, I think that's it on that. What do you think about Devin Singletary against the Jets? 4 or 5?
I think he could start off tier 5.
Okay.
I'm not feeling amazing about his workload from week to week. It's so random, right?
Yep.
And then I'm going Khalil Herbert and then Montgomery.
Yep. We're on the same page there.
It's a good matchup for both. I prefer Herbert. He's more efficient with his touches.
Yep.
But I think they both have a pretty good game there.
Yep.
It's Miami.
Agree. Alrighty. Then it gets kind of tricky here, man. I'm not really a fan, I would say, of any of these because I don't know what their workload's going to be. Like Raheem Mostert, we just kind of discussed that not too long ago. I think Jeff Wilson comes in and just rocks Raheem Mostert this week compared to what we're used to.
Yeah, I'd probably go Dylan next, just based off they're playing Detroit.
Yeah, you're right.
I could see a huge lead, and I could see him grinding out the whole last half, the whole second half.
You could be right.
And then I don't hate Mostert's matchup this week.
Okay, so I'd maybe go Mostert, and then the only other.
I think we can call it there and move on to receivers.
I think you're right. I think we close that. And I think that's where we're at because I think the next goes into a next tier, and it's not worth going that far.
It's a pretty good drop off after that group that we did. So,
perfect. So we are halfway through there. Do you want to do a couple of these? Yeah, let's do a couple of these. I'm going to hide this really quick. Alrighty. Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Mariota, or Justin Fields for this week. Which two to hold on to? Justin Fields, probably.
Hang on to Fields. Hang on to Cousins. Start Fields this week.
Yeah, I think Fields this week.
That was Tony's boom QB of the week.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins does have a good matchup this week, but I think I'm going Justin Fields. That rushing upside it's great. I love it. Bills, Bengals, or Dolphins defense this week? I mean,
Ooh,
Bills against the Jets. Bengals are playing Carolina, and the Dolphins are playing Chicago. I'm going the Bills.
Yeah, give me the Bills.
Yeah.
It's just a better defense overall, and then they have the best matchup on top of it. So
Chicago's offense is coming together a little bit. It really is. So I'm not really necessarily trusting the Dolphins in that matchup. So here's one from Lincoln. Should I spend like $50 fab on Brock Wright? Oh, that's his. We saw that one earlier.
I wouldn't. I know you said it's a dynasty league, tight end premium, but I don't think he's their starting tight. He'll be their starting tight end the rest of this year, maybe. I think he's hurt right now, anyways. I don't think he's even starting this week, but I don't think he'll be their starting tight end next year, week 1.
Yep.
I think they'll draft somebody,
or they'll trade for somebody. There's options out there for sure.
Yeah. So I would not.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Rodgers got some stuff done against a tough Bills defense, but I think
they're not invincible. They're just really, really tough.
Yeah.
And it is Aaron Rodgers. Let's be honest.
Looky who decided to drop in. What's up?
Hey, bro, it's about
Welcome
time.
in, my man. Yeah, Rodgers projected more than Fields, though. Yeah, I don't go off projections.
Projections are trash, bro.
Yeah. We don't.
Don't trust it. Trust us. Don't
never go off of projections. You go off of what you think, what you know, what's in your gut. Yeah, I don't trust projections.
Trust that Tony had him as his boom QB.
I mean, if you look at projections, even throughout the game, right? You're watching your matchup throughout the game, and it sways 40 points one way or another. I mean, just because you're projected to beat someone by 20 points doesn't mean you're not going to lose by 40, because it happens. I mean, they're just projections, right? You can't really do so. You gotta think out situations and what you think is going to happen on your own. So I think I successfully entered the giveaway. Hopefully. Well, it should tell you you have however many entries into the giveaway. You should have a screen that tells you that when you go there. If you've entered in, it should tell you the amount of entries you have into it. So I also hope that you did that correctly. Let's see. Would you trade Lockett for Dalton Schultz, PPR tight end premium?
He also says dynasty. A couple
dynasty
down. So yes, I would do that.
I would also do that. The dynasty makes that even better.
Uh-huh.
Pick up Rondale Moore or Jeff Wilson. I think it depends on what position you need to fill.
Either one's a great pickup.
They're both great pickups.
Depends on where you need more depth right now.
Yeah, where do you need to fill? Because that's what should make your decision right there. Also in redraft league, can we draft Madison?
Who's Mastodon?
The Mastodon.
The Mastodon. It's the Black Rangers Zord is what that is Mastodon.
Yeah. Can we draft Madison? I don't know. I mean later.
He's still one of the best backups in the league, and if Cook gets hurt,
I
don't the top 10 running back. So
I don't see why not. That's probably gonna hold on to Rodgers and Fields. Yeah. You guys remember?
Listen, guys, I'm okay. My feelings are not hurt if you don't take our advice. If it helps you make a decision, to me, that's still a win.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
He does say he likes the Packers, so we literally gave him 2 rival QBs to his Packers to keep. So I understand, but keep Fields with Rodgers and not Cousins with Rodgers.
Yeah, and Kirk did just get Hawkinson. That is a good thing for Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's going to help Cousins a lot, I think.
And Philly editor, yes, I do have a screenshot of it. Just throwing that out there. So, he wanted to know, can we drop Madison, not draft him?
Oh.
I was wondering why draft was coming up. I was like, that's a little weird. But
yeah, I was confused by it too. But hey, Can we drop Madison? Yeah, if you need space to pick
Yeah.
somebody up to play, because it's a huge bye week.
Yep, I agree with
If
that.
you need a win and you need to fill a spot for this week, I'm okay with it. If you can find somebody else to drop, I'd prefer it. But if you're absolutely in a pinch, then yeah, I'm okay with it. He's not undroppable.
I agree. Alrighty, let's get over here into some tier 1. I think you've easily got the Stephon Diggs, easily a tier 1.
Yep.
Right. You've easily got your Justin Jefferson, and you've easily got your Tyreek Hill. So Diggs is playing against the Jets, Jefferson against Washington, Tyreek Hill against Chicago. We just saw that Chicago defense, and they're just keep trading away defensive players. They're trading away their best defensive players. So it's fantastic, right? Gotta love that.
Yep.
Next is hard, right? Because Cooper Kupp, is he playing? If he plays, he's going against Tampa Bay.
Let's rank him as if he's playing, and yes, he's a tier 1.
Yes, always a tier 1, even if he is going against Tampa Bay. And then next on the list, DeAndre Hopkins against Seattle. Yes.
Yeah, I'm putting Hopkins and AJ Brown finishing off tier 1.
Oh, there he is. Yep, there we go. Yeah, AJ Brown playing against Houston. Thank you.
I love Devontae Adams, and he's definitely a top 10 guy. And he has a good matchup. But until we see better play from Derek Carr, he's at the top of tier 2 for me.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, there we go. And then I think T. Higgins is a great play there against Carolina, especially with Jamar Chase. He gets a huge bump. Yeah. Jalen Waddle easily has to go in tier 2.
So does St. Brown.
Yeah, St. Brown. I think
St. Brown without Hawkinson is a no-brainer.
I love Olave against Baltimore.
Olave, yep, absolutely, 100%.
Godwin and Mike Evans. I think I'm actually moving them to a tier 3.
I'm putting them in tier 3. I don't love the matchup.
No. And that's kind of where I'm putting Tyler Boyd too.
Yeah.
Gabe Davis against the Jets.
Honestly, I like DK Metcalf over Boyd. I missed him.
Yeah, he's down here for some reason.
Yeah, he needs to go in there over Boyd.
Okay.
And then I think we need to hit the next tier.
Yep, I agree. I think this is where we drop in like a Gabe Davis, this DJ Moore, Tyler Lockett, Jacoby Myers,
Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith would go here. Michael Pittman against New England makes me nervous. That's tough.
I do like McLaurin.
Yeah, I was just looking at McLaurin with that matchup against Minnesota. I don't hate it. And I kind of like Christian Kirk against Las Vegas.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
I think that kind of finishes off that tier. I think we can throw the rest in that last tier.
I think we can do
the only reason Pittman is in the last tier for me is because we just don't know what he's going to do with Ellinger, and it's so uncomfortable starting him right now.
Do we feel comfortable putting Drake London in a tier?
No. I don't think Drake London is startable right now.
I agree with that. Kyle, while I'm getting the tight ends, Jordan asks, so these tiers are the order I should start players if I have them. Explain the tiers.
Yeah, so basically what you see on the right, that is what's on Fantasy Pros as set as their rankings. We're basically ranking them how we feel they should be ranked, but also breaking them into tiers. So tier 1 is a group of guys that we're putting in order, but you can kind of interchange people within that tier, and we think you'll get similar results.
Yep.
So we put Andrews and Kelsey. We put Kelsey 1, Andrews 2 in tier 1. you could start either one, and we think you'll see similar results. It's not a huge difference.
Right.
Now, if you take someone from tier 1 and tier 2, start tier 1 over tier 2 for sure.
Good segue, Kyle.
Yeah.
Good segue.
Kelsey and Andrews are tier 1, no doubt about it. I'm assuming Andrews will play.
Right, for tight end.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of doubt around Andrews playing currently.
Right. Yep. I agree.
So
that kind of does that. Then I think Zach Ertz being Goddard. I don't think we can go TJ Hawkinson this high.
I don't think we can do Hawkinson yet. For me, that's it for tier 2.
Okay. Tier 3, Gerald Everett's in there for sure.
Actually, I lied. Everett goes in tier 2.
I was wondering. I was like, yeah. I think I'm dropping Gerald Everett in there.
And if I'm being honest, I'm putting Evan Ingram in tier 2 as well.
Oh, you're putting him in tier 2. I was going to say, I was going to put him at top of tier 3.
I think he belongs in tier 2. We were talking about that earlier on Boom Bust. Him and Everett are very close. I prefer Everett still, but they're very close, and I do think Ingram belongs in tier 2 this week.
All right. Tier 3. How do you feel about putting Tanyan at the top of tier 3?
Yeah, I like Tunyon this week at the top of tier 3.
Cool.
I think I have to go Pitts next.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I got to go Pitts next too.
And then I put Hawkinson there.
Yeah.
And I know it's a new offense. He might get a few plays, but I don't know. I like him better than anything that's left.
Yep. And then I think we move to tier 4 next. You think? Or do you think Taysom Hill deserves to be up in here going against Baltimore?
I don't love Taysom Hill. I might throw Higbee at the end of tier 3 just because there is some talent there and there's a potential he beats the odds against a tough matchup. But
okay.
Yeah, then I think we could probably throw everybody else just kind of in tier 4. I don't think there's a reason to go into tier 5 for tight ends.
And I'm not even going that high. I might throw like a Cole Kmet here and Tyler Conklin. Irv Smith, obviously not a thing right now.
Conklin is full gold from last week.
I'm doing this. I am going tier 5 right there. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, so. that feels right to me. Sahel says what? Cole Kmet not A tier? No.
No. Cole
Absolutely
not A tier. He finally scored after 2 years. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely not.
We got that at the buzzer. Look at that, man. We blazed through that. So, guys, that concludes the fantasy ranking show, top tier fantasy ranking show. Let's take a couple minutes, and we're going to have last call. We're going to have Amber and Ben, both fantasy shot callers, on here. While you wait for us to get that ready, click that link down in the video description and enter the giveaway for the free DeAndre Swift signed jersey. And then we'll also be giving away stickers, koozies. You can get into our free DraftKings competition to win a t-shirt and all kinds of stuff. So just get in there, get your entries. It's all free. And here within the next hour, we'll be giving away that Swift jersey. So do it.
And we're going to get to all the questions we missed so far.
Yep, we'll get to the questions. Yep.
Hang out. We'll get to it. Promise.
It's going to be a Q&A session at the last call. All right. See you guys in a minute. Welcome to the last call tonight on FF Interactive 4-hour live event. We got the horseman himself.
Oh,
You know what it is.
The horse and the
Fantasy
goat.
is life. I just got one thing to say. I'd like to propose a toast. I said toast, mother lovers, and I am. And
I'm drinking water. I'm sorry.
They ask me, and I tell them, raise your glasses to the sky. This is the last call for the shot callers. Get your ass up off the wall.
How properly named? Last call for the shot callers. You're welcome.
hey,
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
It couldn't have worked out any better. This show is made to have you guys grace us with your presence. Just so you know.
Magnificent.
Really
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
No doubt, no doubt. Okay, guys. Let's hang out, have a good time, answer all these questions that people got for the week, and here in just a little bit, we'll give away a free signed DeAndre Swift jersey. How's that sound?
I like it.
I
Guys,
have one suggestion. Let's flip top and bottom here so they can see their beautiful faces. They've been staring at us all night.
I always knew you were a bottom, Kyle.
Whoa!
What a great call, Kyle. That's a great idea.
It's a great call for shot callers on
Real
last
quick,
call.
I do have to say,
Oh, yeah.
this is my candle lit for Roquan Smith.
Oh,
And my candle in the wind. Goodbye.
Candle in the wind.
the way your camera zoomed in on you, Ben, right there when you did
My
that.
boy Blue.
He's
Fantastic.
gonna make us nauseous like his TikToks. It's great.
Oh, that's for real.
That's not what I meant.
All right. Also, guys, thank God it's Tuesday. Woo!
Thank God
Great.
it's Mother Loving Tuesday.
Tuesdays from here on out are going to be incredible. We're doing this
Litty
every
titty, baby.
Tuesday, guys, and there will be a giveaway of a signed jersey or helmet or something. We're going to give away signed memorabilia every Tuesday. Come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun, and you're going to get all the information you need. Yeah, there's tonight's DeAndre Swift. Oh my gosh, it's official and
Still in the
certified.
plastic. I haven't even touched it yet.
Ooh, that's probably good.
Touch it.
Anyways,
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
gonna leave it that way.
don't lick it, Kyle. Don't
Whoever
lick
wins it will be the first person to touch it that didn't pack it. in a
Touch it,
plastic
leave
to
it,
begin
burn
with.
it.
Alrighty. Let's get into some of these questions. Should I drop Ayuk to pick up Van Jefferson or leave Jefferson?
Hell no.
No. No.
Keep Ayuk.
No.
Yeah,
Have
leave
you-
Jefferson
have you-
hanging.
old.
Yeah, have you seen how the Rams are playing this year? Why would you want a piece of that other than Cup?
I'm not gonna lie. I have 2 pieces of it, but it's because I have room, and I'm just hanging.
Baby
Well, if
girl.
one of them's Higbee, I guess it's okay. Cup and Higbee.
Oh,
Definitely not Van Jefferson.
let's see. I have Fields, second QB, in a 1 QB league. My first QB is Murray. Drake, Herbert, Madison, and Ayuk. Which one should I drop? Madison, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madison's the only one that doesn't have value right now.
Right.
Probably Drake, honestly.
I know how Ben feels about Madison. He loves him some Madison, boy.
I don't give a shit about Madison. I
Oh,
don't
really?
draft Dalvin Cook because of Madison.
Got it.
But nevertheless, I like it's like context, because who are you picking up? Did he say something before?
Not that I'm aware of. That's all I'm saying right now.
It would be helpful to know who he's picking up, but for
Yeah.
me, like Drake is the most droppable on that list. Just as far as long-term
I mean,
potential value.
Yeah, long term, I don't know. I think it's the opposite. I think short term, Kenyon Drake is not as viable because we already see Gus Edwards 2 questionable weeks back to back. J.K. Dobbins is in the blue tent with all the AARP boys.
He's
and then and so I mean the solution is that when no one thinks Kenyon Drake is going to have a game, he's going to go out and ball like last week. And I'm pretty sure we talked about it on Fantasy Shot Callers Live that with everyone praising Gus the Bus, that Kenyon Drake is that fantasy killer. He goes to these teams and kills your fantasy fool's gold for whatever reason. I literally have no numbers, no stats backing it up. But if you look at it over the years, they're like, oh yeah, this guy's the number one. Oh shit! Kenyon Drake is here.
I love how your camera went all dramatic with you, like, oh shit! Your camera's like zoom in.
It knew what was going on. It knew.
Dude, yeah, though it's wild. Like the problem is Drake could have that big game, but it's gonna be on your bench because nobody's gonna start this guy.
Yeah. And with that being said, it is Drake, the one you got to drop out of all those.
But even with all the buys, there's some people starting him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
This is a big bye week. You're right there.
Bye week.
I got it prepared for it.
It's huge.
It's edge. The edgest.
You might need Drake bigly.
It's gonna be brilliant.
What else you got for it?
Why am I friends with you guys?
You're related to me. You don't have a choice.
Would y'all trade Higgins and Herbert for Swift?
I love how we all got quiet. That's a tough one.
Yeah,
that is a tough one.
It's hard without seeing, like, you would have to be able to really afford giving up a top wide receiver like Higgins.
I mean, that it begs the question: what's your running back room look like?
Yeah, exactly. But also, Herbert and Swift are both splitting carries, and Higgins right now is the man.
Right.
And so I don't know that I want to give up Higgins when he's at his highest value right now in that deal. I think you can do better than Swift.
Yeah, and if anybody listened to me early in the season, I already told you that Khalil Herbert is going to take Montgomery's job. They're splitting carries right now. It is a committee, but
yeah.
Oh, I'm a Bears fan. I pay attention to him. Whatever.
Ask me to. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it's a fair deal. So it just depends on whether you need Higgins or Swift worse.
Yes.
I feel like is what it boils down to.
I mean, it really boils down to when Amber sat me down and was like, Khalil Herbert's going to be that dude. And I was like, no, Montgomery. No. And she was like, and I'm like,
oh, when she gave you the silent look, you knew.
And with Swift, if you have time to wait on Swift, that's the other issue. Like, you have to wait because even Dan Campbell said, we should have gave Jamal Williams another carry. We gave Swift too many, and it was 5. He should have got 4. Like, that's crazy. So he's not.
That's nuts.
Yeah, y'all are being way too nitpicky with the number of carries here.
You're way overthinking it there, Coach.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Should I trade DJ Moore for Swift?
Yeah.
That I would do. That I would do in a heartbeat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd do that real quick.
Yep.
Yeah. New England averages 30 points to wide receivers. Just giving up all kinds of points to wide receivers. Their pass defense not so great.
Definitely not.
I mean, it's not the strength of their defense. The strength of their defense is their front 7 and their middle linebackers being able to get to the quarterback and being able to shut down the run. But it goes game in and game out because we saw the Bears just dismantle the New England Patriots, and then Zach Wilson was seeing ghosts once again. So.
Well, the thing is, they're seeing 30 points to wide receivers, but it's like spread out over 3 or 4 wide receivers. Like, you're not seeing good numbers for one receiver against them.
Right.
They shut down your best guy, man.
Let's see. I'm going to offer Jamar Chase. I have Diggs and A.J. Brown. But you don't want to trade for Jamar Chase right now.
I want him on Raw.
Oh, no.
I do not want Jamar Chase right now.
I I was never high on Chase being selected in the first round. Obviously, right before he got injured, he had those 2 great weeks. But before that, he wasn't really assimilating to that offense, even though it's literally the same exact offense. They just added Hayden Hurst. So, like, you gotta stick with Lady Shot Caller on this one and keep on.
I love me some Amon Ra. But so also Hawkinson's gone now too. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's gonna open up some more opportunity for him.
I think
as
it's
well, so.
yeah, I think that gives him a bump. I honestly.
Oh yeah, Amon Ra is going to be an absolute monster with no Hawkins in there.
I'll take a bump.
But I'm gonna take a little. I'm gonna take.
What bump?
What
was that?
I was eating powdered donuts.
You know,
Yeah.
sorry
It's
guys.
getting really hot in here all of a sudden. Jamar Chase, I'm going to take a little page out of Tony's book and just, you don't trade for injured players.
Mm-hmm.
And the best ability is availability, right?
Boom.
So Jamar Chase is not available and he won't be for a long while. And Amon Ra is finally coming back and there's no Hawkinson. Yeah, that's, if I could have Amon Ra, Diggs, and A.J. Brown in my starting lineup together, good luck. I mean, to other teams. That's
See ya, the finish line.
because one can tank for you that week, and the other 2 are going to carry you to the finish line. I mean, you've got huge boom players there, and I mean, that's tough, man. That's tough.
So, like, this is literally it. Like, no more. I drafted him in the first round. I drafted him in the second round. I drafted him in the third round. I drafted him in the what do we call him? The
6th round comes after 5th. Is that what you were looking for?
No, dickhead. I was looking for Mr. Irrelevant. Who was Devonta Smith for me in the Vegas League.
Dude, draft capital is completely out the window at this point.
Exactly. So with trading there, yeah.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about your draft capital right now.
People who cling to draft capital are still thinking Najee Harris is our RB1 this year, and that's
and that's what I'm kind of getting to is that really why that is even a question, why Amon Ra for Jamar Chase is even a question, is because, in my humble opinion, that Jamar Chase was drafted in the first, early second round in some leagues, where if he wasn't, it wouldn't even be in. There would be no conversation.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
No, I agree.
Totally agree.
Here's one. I have both Debo and Ayuk. I need to trade away one of them. Who might I be able to get? English hard. My league doesn't trade much, so I need to be a good deal for both. Well, that's hard to see without seeing the rest of your league.
Yeah.
That's tough.
We have no idea who's
Debo's going to get you more.
Are you trying to trade one of them for another receiver or for a running back? You know?
Yeah, that's a little hard.
Poor Queen.
I'm going to say there's probably just not enough info for us to even be able to give you good.
So I suggest, I understand the league doesn't trade. I'm in an all women's league and none of us trade. So I understand that. And so you have to find the weakest link. You have to find somebody who seems to be playing the waivers weekly. And then see if you can throw something at them that seems really enticing. You know, give them a stack or give them, you know what I mean? Find something.
But yeah, that's a great advice.
No,
and
he came up at the bottom. He said he's looking for a receiver. He wants a receiver.
Oh, he wants a receiver? I was just about to say, usually you're going to have to do a one-on-one, a one-for-one, and a one-for-one receiver for receiver makes no sense. So,
well, it depends. He could probably pair him up with something else he's got on his bench or whatever.
He's got more. That'll be interesting. He's looking for a wide receiver to go after with Debo or Ayuk. Again, it's hard not knowing what you don't have, but you might be able to go get an Amon Ra, a little buy low on Amon Ra since he hasn't blown up in a little while. Chris Godwin's still flying under the radar. You might be able to get Chris Olave because that's one where people don't have a lot of draft. I'm talking about with like Ayuk paired up with somebody.
Go get T. Higgins. Go get T. Higgins. Trade directly Debo for T. Higgins right now.
That would be phenomenal.
I was watching earlier, and Tony was talking about strength of schedule, and that's what it is right now. Strength of schedule will get you to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but did you see? Did you hear the schedule for playoffs for T. Higgins though? Did you
T.
hear
Higgins
that
has the 6th best wide receiver in according to Fantasy Pros.
Yeah,
And,
the schedule sucks for Mixon, but it's not bad. It's bad for T. Higgins.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think the rest of the season for T. Higgins is great. Carolina, Pittsburgh, Tennessee, Kansas City, Cleveland, even Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah.
So 15, 16, 17 is Tampa Bay, New England, and Buffalo. That really sucks for Mixon. I don't hate it for Higgins.
So he says at the bottom, he's really deep at running back. He has Foreman that he can sell high. He's trying for Amon-Ra first. I like that move a lot.
Yeah.
If you're trying to sell high on Foreman, though, and pairing with Debo, like you can make a run at some of these guys like Devontae Adams off of a bad week.
So that's another guy I wanted to kind of talk about a bit.
Some of these buy lows.
Devontae Adams also has the second easiest schedule for the rest of the season. And he's already had his bye week. T. Higgins' bye week is 10, right? So if you're able to, if Devontae, you're looking for someone who's at the bottom of the league, who's looking for a dub, who's looking for points now. So that may not be Debo if he doesn't play this week. But you may be able to go after someone like Christian Kirk for IU, or even DK Metcalf for IU. It all depends on if Debo plays this week. If he's scheduled to play, trade him on Thursday night. Hopefully he has some Thursday night busts, and he'll really need some points from Debo.
Guys, pay attention and mark it on your calendar. This is the smartest that Ben's ever sounded. So
I know, I'm like so proud.
He's bringing his A game to last call tonight. That LaCroix is really kicking in for him. It's powering him. It's fantastic.
What flavor TV static in a can is that, anyways, that you're drinking?
Yeah.
Put your lime in the coconut and shake it all up.
Mine's passion fruit.
Oh, that's funny.
Passion fruit TV static in a can. Got it.
Let's see. Does anyone in chat know how to enter the giveaway? I signed up using Facebook, but it doesn't show any of my entries. That's interesting, Philly editor. Didn't enter you in with that? That's interesting. Well, try just doing it with your email address instead of your Facebook, maybe. But I'm not sure why that's not interesting.
Corey, did you block Philly guys on here?
No, they have the same shot to win as everyone else, no matter how bad Philadelphia sucks.
They're pretty good.
Did you guys say there's unlimited entries?
No, I mean there's a limit to it, but you can get like hundreds. Well, it is.
You just gotta go do all the steps to get.
Actually, it could be because you get entries for referrals. Like if you send it to your friends and they come sign up for it and stuff, so you could literally get thousands. I mean, it just depends on how much work you want to put into it. You can
It depends on how many friends you have.
Yeah.
Like how good of friends are they? Will they join?
Yeah, and we have some pretty. I'm tracking it over here on the side, and we have some pretty active people trying to win these jerseys and koozies and stickers and stuff. And so,
what do you think about 10 more minutes? We draw for the Swift jersey.
I don't know. We'll see.
Or maybe we just wait for Philly editor to figure it the fuck out, and then we'll draw.
Yeah, I kind of want
to get in, Philly.
I know, Philly. Keep us updated on that of when you figure it out, so that we can get you in the drawing for sure. Or I can just manually add your name one time, because I know you're here and you're trying. We'll see.
We know you're in here. We know you're looking. So if for some reason yours is glitchy, we haven't had anybody else say they're having problems.
Get to cooking, good looking.
Don't talk to Amber like that. By the way, Ben, it's very sexist.
I was talking to you, buddy.
He knows better.
See this? I didn't fall.
The doorknob got him.
All right, here we go. Chris says, hello. Just got proposed to trade away Boyd for Foreman. I really need a running back. Other wide receivers I have are Gabe Davis, Jefferson, Cooks.
I'd rather trade Cooks for him.
Cooks, yeah.
Yeah, Cooks wasn't it?
Counter.
Yeah, counter and try to trade Cooks for him instead.
But let's say that doesn't work. If he can't trade Cooks for him, would you trade Boyd for Foreman if you needed a running back there?
If I needed one that bad,
I
would. Yeah.
Because
I would.
Boyd,
with Davis and Jefferson, yeah.
Yeah. I know Boyd has like higher value right now. But when Chase does come back, if Chase comes back, then Boyd takes that big hit. Whereas I think Foreman has value here on out, unless he gets hurt. But we can't predict that. So I think Foreman has good value now and later down the road.
And look, also with the injury history that Chuba's had over the past 2 years since he's been in the league, with him out, I mean, Deontay Foreman is a plug-in RB2, like maybe even low-end RB1 for this reason and this reason only, is because that their game script has not changed a bit. It doesn't matter. Christian McCaffrey, Deontay Foreman, don't matter. It's going to be the same old damn thing.
Right.
And just watching that from play to play, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And honestly,
Plug and play.
Not
Plug and play.
CMC to Foreman, winning, losing, Baker, Darnold, Walker. It doesn't matter. They're running the rock.
Loser.
They are running the ball no matter what.
All righty. That was rolling the dice, by the way, but that's
Got
not what it came across as. But I figured before YouTube came in here, like, what was that? I'm just be like, listen, I would be rolling dice.
Just make it omelet.
Is he doing too much dice? Do we need to go get
He's
him?
doing the dice thing too much. It's really always good. Thoughts on Jameson Williams?
I like James.
Wait till next year.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Again, this all comes down to like if Swift's got to get fully healthy. The team's got, I don't know. Next year. I agree.
He's got to have time to get that chemistry developed. I mean, he's starting so late. I feel it's just too late for him to be valuable.
Wait till next year for Jameson.
I mean, did he get?
He's going to be a beast when he's when he's healthy and he's back. He'll be good, but I don't think it happens this year.
I think there's just been a lot of talk. He wasn't activated yet, was he?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Not yet. Jordan says, I'm excited for Patterson to come back. He's been in my reserve with J.K. Dobbins. Ben, what do you think about Patterson?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because I was watching when you guys were talking about him earlier.
We're watching.
Yeah. So I mean, from the Sleeper app. Oh, by the way, if Sleeper says someone's poised to have a breakout week, don't start him, because I did that. And thanks. Yeah, they're good. They're good for technical stuff. It's not, Wait. Oh, that's Fantasy Pros. Oh, my bad. Nevertheless, Cordell Patterson will probably get eased back in to probably the turn of. I'd probably say like a 35 to 45% snap share. They have been winning. They are the first in the NFC South. I mean, did that happen? But this year,
mind blown.
They're really rebuilding with the fact that they traded away Calvin Ridley at the trade deadline to the Jags. I'm predicting now, and all of you in the chat can hear this now, go out and grab Trevor Lawrence next year. He will be that QB in year 3 that breaks out. He's gotten better, a lot better from last year. I mean, it doesn't look like it, but he was really bad last year.
There's a lot of people beg to differ.
Huh?
It's a lot of people would beg to differ, but I feel you on what you're saying.
So with Calvin Ridley there. Anyway, so going back to Cordell Patterson, I think he is a low-end flex play this week. If you have to start him because of buys, I would, but I would like to see him go out and ball for a week.
Ben's on his game tonight.
I mean, I'm just gonna hang out on you.
Ben's on point.
Hey,
I like it.
Ben, blink twice if you're okay.
Am I okay? No? Okay, thanks.
You being held hostage, you have to be on your game tonight.
Before we go to the next question, James Martin at the bottom wants to know, what's that bonus code?
Oh, the bonus code. Kyle, give him the bonus code for the night.
Swift, all caps. It is
All
cap. It is case sensitive.
All caps, no
So if you're trying to get more entries, go hit Swift into the bonus code.
Hey, Kyle, word of the night is Swift.
That's Pee Wee's Playhouse. Y'all are too young. I'm sorry.
No.
No,
I'm an
definitely
old
not.
fart. I'm an old fart.
I said I'm an old lady.
Ben's like, no, we used to go to the movies together. We were good pals.
Used to go roll dice at the movie theaters together.
He always paid.
Hey, what a
Oh,
gentleman.
Hey, you can't beat that. Well, I guess you did beat that.
Whoa!
Anyways, look at this. DJ Nightmare got the worst of both. TJ and JJ. TJ and JJ.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Jared Goff. I mean, if you have both of them, he's way better than Herb Smith Jr., TJ Hawkinson. And I think it's a downgrade for Adam Thielen, maybe even a little bit of Dalvin Cook in the backfield. So yeah, I don't think you got it too bad there.
No.
I do agree though. I think Thielen takes a hit on those red zone targets with Hawk there.
Mm-hmm.
Not this week, but I don't think they get him installed for this week. Very, very involved at all.
I agree.
Yeah, I think with the Vikings, it's going to take at least a week to get him in the swing.
Alrighty. Wavy wants to know thoughts on this trade. Traded Foreman and Allen for CD Lamb. Yeah, I don't hate that.
Yeah, I don't hate it either.
It's brilliant.
Brilliant.
Blink.
Yeah, I'm totally into that.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit. And let's see. I have Doltrich and back wings situating to go off rest of the season. Oh, which one was this to? This was to
that kid's for real. Dolkic is for real.
Yeah, I like Dolcic, Dulcich, that dude.
Wait, what? We have a new consistent tight end? What?
For now.
We actually have 5 of them now. We can say there's like an actual top 5 now.
For real. Is Ben frozen or is he just that cool?
He's shocked.
Shocked. Okay.
I need him to go like this though, so the camera zooms in on him when you say shocked. Shocked.
Shocked. I thought about making my camera like that, and I was like, it's weird.
Perfect.
It's weird.
So weird.
Traded away Cook and Miko Hardman for JT and Judy. Did I win? I feel like I'm regretting the trade, but I have Evans in London, Marquise Brown on IR. My running backs are CMC and Patterson. Traded away Cook and Miko. Dude, the Miko to Judy makes that worth everything there.
I love
it.
Good Lord, what an upgrade.
Yeah, no, you're okay. You're just having FOMO. That's all. That's fine.
You should be off rolling dice. That's
for sure. You're good. Enjoy yourself. Spend $1. It's cool.
Have fun at the bathhouse.
Buy yourself a drink, light a candle, make a night of it. That's
baby girl.
Run a bath.
Kirk is cheeks, according to George.
Yeah, George. Yeah.
I mean, he's smacking them cheeks at 6-1. I'll tell you what, there, boy.
JT and Chase for AJB. I'm making playoffs maybe a long-term move. That's a lot to give up for AJ Brown.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give that for AJ Brown.
You need something back at running back.
Honestly, at this moment, I don't know what side of this you're on, but I want AJ Brown right now. If you're the one giving AJ Brown, if you're the one getting AJ Brown, I wouldn't give that much for AJ Brown. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but that's the whole purpose of a trade, right? Is that you're supposed to be on the better, the receiving end, the better receiving end of that. So,
yeah.
What is going on? You two are having your own little party over there. Oh,
I think it's because we're both children.
Jesus.
I was watching earlier, and Kyle was just talking about all these different D's that he wanted to get down on.
Oh,
absolutely, those big
D's. A little bit.
Dude,
I
love a good everything's D. Bigger in Texas.
I love a good D, and I love a good tight end.
You know that's right. We'll touch down with that, you know.
Damn Skippy.
Okay.
Woo! Do you guys think Gino hype train is officially docked back into the station?
Yep.
Really?
No, I'm still on Gino.
Maybe I'm
I don't think
confused.
so.
Oh, like I guess I'm confused by this question. Can y'all like help translate it for me?
As in, do you think we should still be on that hype train, or do you think we should hop off of that hype train?
Oh no, you smashed that shit.
Yeah, he's
I'm
proven us all wrong, and I'm down to admit that and stick with Gino.
Like
And I like
everyone. If any, sorry, go ahead, Shaq.
What? No, you're fine. Hit it. You were about to. I felt it. Go get it.
If anyone tells you other than the sandwich god that Geno Smith was going to do well this year, got another fucking thing coming for him because y'all ain't got shit. Ain't got shit. No one in their right mind said Geno Smith was going to do anything this year. And if they tell you that now, you better unfollow them. And I'm just going to tell you that right now, right here, and unfollow them and go follow the sandwich guy.
Swear to God, all year,
Yeah.
all year.
Yeah, if they tell you that, they're lying to you for sure.
Yeah, you can't trust people like that.
Except for the sandwich god.
Right, there you go. Let's see. I have Hines, Jeff Wilson, and Palmer available if I drop Madison. I don't.
I'd grab Jeff Wilson.
Yeah, I like Jeff Wilson there.
I like Palmer this week. I like Jeff Wilson for the season. If you're dropping Madison for someone.
Yeah.
Jeff Wilson is it.
He's Khalil Herbert 2.0 in Miami. Like he's Khalil Herbert in Miami.
Right.
But something could happen, and I hope not, just because we're all human beings here. But Jeff Wilson could be a league winner come playoff time.
Oh, it's an absolute fucking miracle that Mostert still has both of his legs like attached to his body at this point in the season.
Especially hanging out with Mike McDaniel so much.
Yeah, like it's
What
a
about-
miracle he hadn't missed a game yet.
But Palmer Williams is going to be out for weeks.
Keenan Allen's working his way back.
Yeah, but we've seen how that's gone.
I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. But
I don't know.
I
I've got a feeling about Palmer. I really, oh, this is tough.
don't know. I do like Palmer a lot. Especially
This lady has been calling these shots all year, so I'm
posted them out loud.
I'm sticking with Palmer here. Like that, Palmer is he can like I'm especially in Dynasty for me. I am going out and grabbing Palmer everywhere I can. But yeah, I mean, Palmer could be a huge play down the stretch because we all know, besides last year, and that's the reason why Mike Williams was drafted in the 11th round last year, and I didn't draft him in any leagues, is because he was so injury prone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but welcome back.
He was drafted so early this year. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was bonkers to me.
People had him in like the top 15 by the time drafts rolled around. I'm like, bro, what?
Contract year. Contract year.
All right, guys. I'm going to interrupt here and just say we are going for the Swift jersey in 10 minutes. If you are watching right now and you have not clicked that link down there in the description, put your email in to enter into this Swift jersey giveaway. And then on top of that, if you just go in and enter the word Swift in all caps, SWIFT in all caps, you'll get 20 extra entries or something silly like that. Like, go in there and just get your entries. It's absolutely free. We're drawing for it in 10 minutes. We will give somebody that DeAndre Swift signed jersey.
I'm just gonna throw this up here. Philly's still having problems.
I know. I don't know what else to say for.
So we can throw
Philly.
a couple of
I don't know
manual
what to
entries
do,
in
man.
there for Philly because we know
We
he's
got you,
trying
Philly.
at least. But
We got your back.
It's wild. I don't really know what's going on for Philly.
I don't either.
Because we're getting plenty of other entries in there too. So.
Sounds like an operator error.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Did you enter in your?
It's the Astros. They're cheating again.
Oh.
It's
Really?
that ID 10T error.
That might be it, Kyle. That might actually be it. Okay, Kyle, can you take over chat for a second while I troubleshoot that?
I gotta go back up and see what was the timestamp on the last question you asked.
Oh, let's see. I would say
there it is. I found it.
Okay.
He actually asked, "Can you see how many I have?" All right. Jorge wants to know: keep JT. Will he do better now that Hines is gone?
As long as he's healthy, you hold him.
Yeah.
But go out and get Deion Jackson right now. Deion Jackson is a sneaky waiver wire pickup because of the Nyheim Hines trade.
Yep.
Because if that's your handcuff. And as we saw, he was used very volatilely. That's not even a word. Anyways, he was used a lot. In
With much volatility, he was used.
Thank you. He was used so much in a win.
Tackles so well.
Speaking of tackles, go out and watch Tackle on the Tailgate. What are you waiting for? You want to eat good while you watch football? Lady Shot Caller got some bomb-ass recipes, and we coming out with another one this week.
That's my favorite show. Tackle on the
love it.
Tailgate. That's my jam. Philly says, I'm a loyal sub. Yes, we know. We got your back.
We're trying.
Let's see. Are we worried about 1.3 points from our wide receiver one? That must be in reference to Devontae Adams, who we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, no, we're not worried about that.
I'm not concerned. That's a aberration.
It was a very interesting game for the whole team. So
yeah, that whole team sucked.
yeah, they had some going on. They're, Mercury was in retrograde just for the Raiders. I don't know what it was, but it was ugly.
Baby mama drama,
You know what I'm saying. They are in the city where everyone gets arrested. All the NFL players get arrested. So
yeah,
for real. And they were probably partying with Alvin Kamara too.
Mm-hmm.
Just got offered Jeff and Pierce for AJ Brown and JT.
Ooh. Jefferson?
I don't know if it's Jefferson or Jeff Wilson.
Jefferson, I guess.
If it's Jefferson, I would do it.
Yeah.
If it's Jeff Wilson, no freaking way. Tell him to get lost. Kick rocks, buddy.
Also,
yeah, we should have a trade blast show as well.
How many times do I have to tell you, old man?
Exactly.
And I don't know what to tell Philly editor. Sorry, buddy. I don't know what's going on. Seems like a user issue. I love you, though.
Not sure if I missed it. I don't remember this question coming up. Damian and Sutton for CD. I got CD. Still got Saquon, Aaron Jones, and Kenneth.
Ooh.
I would not trade CD for that.
No, he's getting CD.
He gets CD for Damian Pierce Sutton.
Oh,
yeah.
I read it as he had, like, I got CD, like I have him. Oh yeah, I would trade that to get CD. I would not trade CD away for that.
No, I would if it's for CD. Yeah, give me that all day, please. Please take Sutton off my bench, please.
Jorge wants to know if he should
out of my life.
What?
I said, take him out of my life. So many Suttons. All right, sorry.
Trade Debo. He has Kamara or Stevenson. There's like 3 questions here. Just bear with me. Has Kamara or Stevenson? Is Schultz or Deontay Johnson worth grabbing from him for Debo, Patterson, Singletary, Drake? What can I offer? That is a very convoluted question, and I don't know where to start.
Debo has Kamara or Stevenson.
Okay.
Dude, Jorge, you got to take more time on your messages, man, so we can understand these. You rush through these so much. It's tough.
Hey, that's what we're here for. It's all good. Keep giving us this hard shite.
I just finished my philosophy homework before this started. Like, I don't know.
It's late. We're drinking. What are you trying to do to us here?
All
right. So I'll kind of decipher it like this. So you're looking to trade away Debo, right? You're looking at a running back, and you're also looking at a tight end. Don't look at Deontay Johnson. That offense is as broken as Tom Brady's marriage. And let's see, Singletary. They were using him in like a homeless man's Christian McCaffrey role, but they have great quarterback, so that's kind of null and void. So the two players here you're looking at more than anyone is Alvin Kamara, who is virtually untouchable right now after a 40-point game. So you could probably get Stevenson and Schultz. But the question here is, is trading away Debo worth it? Look, it all depends if you need points now. If you need points now, if you're 2-6, and you're trying to make a push at a miracle, you got to trade him away for consistent points in Stevenson. And Schultz has one of the easiest tight end schedules for the rest of the year.
Beautiful.
What he said.
Yeah.
All right. Jordan wants to know, does he start Fields, Rodgers, or Cousins, and which two to hold on to?
Ooh.
Oh, I see. He didn't trust our answer from earlier, so he wants to know what the shot callers want to do.
Yeah.
I heard what you said earlier too, and I really love that you said to start Fields.
Don't play with your hair like that.
You were as surprised as we are.
I am a big proponent for starting Cousins this week. But you hold on to Fields and Cousins. That's how I feel about that. Shot caller?
What? Rodgers playing the Lions this week? Is Green Bay playing the Lions this week?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, right?
Yep. Divisional.
Man, I think you go Cousins as well. I'm sticking with the lady and going Cousins.
I don't hate it. I mean, really, I don't think you can go wrong there with Cousins or Fields.
Look, and like 70% of the time when the analysts that get paid to do this say to start Fields after a couple good games, he's not going to do that well. So.
Right.
I mean, but Fields just has that rushing upside. That's in fantasy, that's big, right? So you get that rushing upside. That's why it gives him that little bit of edge because you're guaranteed points that way, So that's where he gets that bump over like a Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins had a 17-yard touchdown last week on the ground.
That's true.
But my suggestion for Fields
now and then.
I don't think you can go wrong starting Fields or Cousins this week.
Right.
But I think we can all agree we're keeping Fields and Cousins out of the three, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. I'm not hearing a yes out of it.
Because I'm on the start Fields this week, but I don't hate Cousins either if you decide to go that way.
I just think Fields, should stick. I think you should, in the super flex, you can have him as your QB2, but I would give it another week and let him, get back with, get in with Claypool and, they're building their passing game every week. So,
yeah.
And with all the hype around Chase Claypool going to the Bears, like it's what everyone's saying is that Justin Fields is a better quarterback than Ben Roethlisberger in Chase Claypool's first year, right? So, like, I don't see that. Definitely, the headspace is not there. The athleticism. I mean, of course, Justin Fields is more athletic than Ben Roethlisberger after his first day in college. So, going forward, like Lady Shot Caller said, Superflex QB2. Otherwise, one more week, and we shall see.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, it's that time.
It's that time.
Thank you, Chris. We have reached that 10-minute mark that I warned. I warned people you had 10 minutes.
Thanks for hanging out, Chris. Appreciate you, buddy.
Your entries.
All right. We doing it?
I don't know how this works. I'm banging on my desk.
I don't have the zoomy camera feature on, so I have to zoom it myself. I don't have that feature turned on, and if I try to do it now, it's going to mess everything up. So
I'm running our sweepstakes software here.
I feel like we're in Wayne's World.
It's gonna spit.
Wayne's World.
Let's see. It's gonna spit me something out here. Let's see.
Oh, baby girl.
You ready?
Nice.
Our winner for the DeAndre Swift jersey is Logan Davies. Logan Davis. So Logan Davies has won a signed DeAndre Swift jersey for the night. Love that. Guys, throughout the week, we will also draw, if you have entered tonight, we'll find some more names in there. We'll do a couple more random drawings to send you some koozies and stickers. We'll contact you via email to get your address and send you some stuff. Logan Davies, we will reach out to you via email as well. So anyways, congratulations on that. Look, I got chills. I'm so excited to give one of those away.
Oh, nice.
I'm excited to give that away to somebody. Also, if you want to be in on our DraftKings competition this week, also free, then the winner of that will get a Bear Clothing Fantasy Football Network line Bear Clothing t-shirt, and those things are freaking sweet. So if you want to enter into that, it's also free. Just go put your email in the dang link below so we can contact you and send you that link. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Man.
Who doesn't
And
like
show them a little of the shirt. Show them some of that.
For free.
I don't have my Bear Clothing. Oh,
No,
Ben
Ben's
has a
wearing
Bear
it.
Clothing. Oh, that's not the
but
shirt, but it's one of the. It's that.
One,
It's
like,
all
yeah.
green, and it has an FFN logo on the back. Hey, it's not that. All right, this show will continue over on our OnlyFans.
I was gonna say you're already in my bedroom with my candles, so I don't know.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
All right, we're live now. This is
Welcome to
this
Fantasy
is live
Football
as well.
OnlyFans. What just happened? Come on, Red.
Just wait till we get monetized, Amber.
Hey.
So we
I've been
have
for days. What? Oh.
we have Logan in the chat at the bottom. He's under
hey.
the Dark Wolf.
Hey, that's me. There ain't no way. Dark Wolf, congratulations.
Hey.
Love it.
Oh, Dark Wolf. Amazing. I'm going to put that down so I remember that.
He's been here the whole 4 hours. Good for you.
Awesome. Congratulations, Dark Wolf. Yeah, man,
He's been in here all night, man.
Yeah, had a high amount of entries, and so yep, we'll go through those and just make sure everything is good to go, and then we will contact you via email if you provided an email. Yep, got an email for you, and we'll email you. Be on the lookout for that, and we'll get your mailing address and get that sent your way. Congratulations, man. Excited for you. All righty.
All right.
Let's see.
On to more questions.
Yes, let's more questions.
No
more
pressure here, everybody. Hey, experts.
Who are they talking to?
Do you think this is a fair trade? Devontae and Eckler for Lenny, London, Andrews, and Cousins.
Like you'd get Devontae and Eckler?
Well, it doesn't matter which side. Just is that trade even? Not which one would you prefer to be on.
I think it's fair. I'd rather have Lenny and Andrews for sure.
No way.
Over Adams and Eckler.
Give me the TD God and Mr. Rockstar himself. Lenny has the worst running back schedule going to playoffs, and Rashad White knocking at that door. London, Marcus Mariota would rather run it like Forrest Gump than throw it to his wide receivers. Andrews is kind of hurt, a little banged up right now. Also coming up on a bye week in week 10. And Cousins, I mean,
and who do you have to get rid of to get all 4 of those players too? So I'm all on the Adams Eckler side. I love me some Eckler though. Again, that's him and St. Brown. We can have a party.
Shit.
Oh, man. I'm all on that Andrews advantage, man.
My wife has agreed that Austin Eckler is my hall pass. So
yeah,
I'm pretty sure Mark Andrews is mine if I was married, but I'm single, so I can do whatever I want.
Maybe next year, Eckler and us. What's up? No.
If I ever do get married, I'm gonna let Mark Andrews father my children.
Yes.
My teddy bear is too codependent. I have no hall pass. Am I lying? Am I not? I don't know. Who you know?
Next question.
Next question. Moving on. This got weird. We're getting weird.
We need a lady shot caller. All right.
All right.
Dark Wolf. Is Rondell Moore a good flex option this week against Seattle? Absolutely.
Yes.
Nope.
100%. Why?
Ben is drunk.
Yeah.
I mean,
LaCroix.
first time in a long time, but Rondale Moore, he is that guy to pick up on the waiver wires and then not do shit. And then you drop him again,
And he does
shit.
Somebody.
No, you're confusing him with Taysom Hill.
True.
I mean, they're hanging out together.
In Vegas with the rest of them?
Yeah, at the festival.
Oh, Derek Carr and
Do we like Mike Evans or Debo?
Or Debo. And or keep Debo. Do you need points now?
I want Mike Evans.
Yeah.
I want Evans over Debo.
Yeah, me too.
Give me Mike Evans.
Yep.
All right.
Evans Jorge.
Here.
How many leagues
My team is Burrow, Etienne Walker, Evans, Higgins, Dulcich, Mixon. I'm 3-5. What do I do?
Try to win. Make the playoffs.
I think you ride that roster out. I would.
Yeah.
Now we talked about Mixon's schedule for the playoffs. I would try to move Mixon with something on your bench for a different flex, better flex.
That was my thought. Is move Mixon.
If there's a move to make, that's it. Otherwise,
when is the Bengals by 10? When is it?
Yeah, 10.
10? Because then that'll. Yeah, he's gonna be.
What's
hurt.
your defense and who's your kicker? Really, because that's what we're looking at right now.
That's what it really boils down to here.
That's obviously where your pain is, but that's you're doing much better. Though Burrow did start off really slow. Etienne just hit where he was going to be. Walker just started hitting. So and Higgins is just now hitting. Dulcich is just now hitting. So you have a team that's really dangerous from here moving forward.
Right.
Really hasn't had that up until now.
You're about to hit that stride, bro.
You're that really annoying team that didn't really draft well, but now because of your waiver wire pickups and some luck and injuries and trades, now you're really dangerous. So, yep. That's how I feel about that. Sorry if that was too honest.
Just keep an eye out for 10, week 10. That's it. Like, keep an eye out for that because you need that dub. So, keep an eye out for quarterback.
So my only quorum here though, you're 3-5, and Etienne and Walker have the same bye week.
Yeah.
And then
eat
Burrow
1 week. Just eat 1 week.
But at this point, can he? He's 3-5. I mean, if
depends on the rest of the league how
the league's probably 3-5.
It depends. Yeah, if he's in a bunch there and his points are doing well, so yeah, there's that is something to think about. Granted,
he does have a bench, obviously, that we don't see.
And then you got week 10, Burrow, Higgins, and Mixon are all out.
That's part of the reason we're saying trade Mixon. Aside from that,
no, I agree with trading Mixon, and I would do it for a combo of buy low candidates, like someone to the effect of maybe Antonio Gibson and Keenan Allen, just because Antonio Gibson is like J.D. McKissick times 4, and y'all can make fun of me all you want about Antonio Gibson, but
I'm just laughing at Corey's face.
Oh, I know.
Dude, this is where I go for, like, if you're trading, go for a pair of like Kirk or Metcalf and Miles Sanders or something.
Yeah, but you got the that's what I was thinking too. But like you got Metcalf and Walker and Etienne all out on the same bye week.
Ben is the bye week king, by the way. He's paying attention to that all the time. So
all the time, like to a fault. Sometimes to my own like.
I don't pay attention to bye weeks until it's there, and I look at how many people I got out, and then I decide: do I eat this week or do I start playing the way?
I like that I'm in the middle right now. Both.
Or try and go out and get JT.
There you go.
Okay.
I don't hate that. I don't
got
hate
some
that
great
idea.
trade value. So.
And honestly, the JT owner may value Mixon more than JT might be able to get JT plus.
Very possible. Very possible.
Mixon right now. not knowing he's going to be stupid and not know that playoff schedule for Mixon. I'd capitalize on that.
So Randy, hit us up on Instagram as you progress with this situation, and we will assist, sir.
Shit. That would be Shot Callers and Lady Shot Caller, not FFN on Instagram. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, shit.
That is all.
I'll repeat it. Shit.
I'll add him to the homies chat.
Get in there.
JK. All right.
Jay, this week, Mooney, Josh Palmer, Devontae Smith, Hawkinson need 2 of the 4. Palmer and Smith for me are easy
Yeah,
picks.
me too.
Yeah, that's who I would go with. Dang, was that consensus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much better than spilled coffee, where I'm like,
You all said something different. Now what?
stop hanging up.
I blame it on Craze, Mr. Betty Bye.
Absolutely. Crazy trolling. That's how I.
Jorge says Pittman and Thielen for Debo also offered. I would not take that for Debo.
Nope.
No.
I would not take that for Debo. Especially Thielen's value just took a big hit.
Yeah, and Pittman. We don't know what's going on there.
Nah, that's a no.
Nope.
That's a
Captain
no.
Joe King. Loving the stream. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Makes me think of Tiger King. Joe King does.
Here's my
previous
team.
employer throwing that out there.
I'll let you read all the players there. I have the option of trading D-Hop for Chubb. Should I do it? Absolutely.
No, not
And
with
then
that.
figure out wide receiver.
Chubb, and then figure out wide receiver.
Dude,
All right,
yeah,
all right.
like surely you got other receivers on your bench you can plug in
Yeah, I
there
would
with
love to know that,
Devontae, but Eckler, Henry, and Chubb at a flex, like that's gross.
Speaking of Chubbs,
Speaking of Chubbs, exactly.
But you're right. I guess if you could figure out, because
You can get some
Tony,
sucker to trade. You trade D-Hop for Travis Kelce. That's the only way I would go.
You can play waivers and find some plug and play receivers. Go
True.
grab a Rondell Moore or a Alec Pierce or a Pickens. I know Pickens shit the bed this week, but like
Wide
go
receivers are
find
easier
you
to
some
get.
receivers. Like so, I don't know what he has on his bench,
right.
I'd like to know his bench because this one's interesting. I would
Very.
say there's ways I would consider doing it, and there's ways I would be like, nah. So
yeah, if you don't have anything, if you don't have any other receivers on your bench, I probably wouldn't. But
because Kadarius Toney at the moment is
but starting those 3 receivers would be absolutely nutty.
three running back.
Yeah, I'm not into that.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Alrighty.
What's up, y'all?
What up,
This is
Calvo?
what my season has come to. Heineke, Mariota, or Stafford this week.
You should probably just quit fantasy football.
You,
All right,
you,
let's
you
see.
lost.
I'm kidding. Fantasy football already quit you. You're too late.
You're last place on the internet.
Who's Atlanta? Atlanta Chargers. Ooh.
Mariota.
I'm going Mariota too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have to swing that way, even though I want to see Stafford do something, just because I want to see Stafford do something.
Poking him with a stick, like do something.
Do your job.
Do your job.
Do your job.
Yeah, no, Mariota wins that one for me as well.
Do your job.
I do like Heineke though. I like the way he's moving, but again, I mean, it's the Vikings.
Amber, that's not Heineken. It's Heineke.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah,
No.
sorry. Yeah, sorry. I
It's
understand the confusion.
Heineke. Tiny key.
Heine.
Yeah, Mariota.
Mariota.
Wait, Finkel is Einhorn?
What?
He's in his Ace Ventura all week. I love it.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh shit.
Guys,
Yeah.
I am going to throw out there. It's midnight here, and not that I'm cutting this short. Oh, Kyle left.
Kyle did.
He's like, I'm out.
Kyle's like, bye.
Should we do a speed
That
round?
was,
Wait a minute.
I was just going to say, guys, we already gave away our Swift jersey, but next week we will have yet another giveaway. Kyle, what do you think about a Kenneth Walker signed jersey giveaway next week?
That works for me.
Okay. Do you think that or Darnell Mooney?
Let's go with Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, let's go with Kenneth Walker.
Let's give Mooney a chance to shine.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll take
yeah.
it. I'll take it for you. I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah, no doubt. We may have to. Yeah, well, we're already giving away. I was gonna say we'll have to give that away. It's like, oh wait, we're already giving it away. So, so how about a Kenneth Walker next week? So guys, tune in next week. Put in your email, like us on Instagram or something. I don't know. Win a freaking Kenneth Walker signed jersey next week. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just throwing that out there. Come back next week. What? What?
Huh? What? I said, come catch us here. Last call.
Oh yeah, us too. We're all cool. Yeah.
You know.
But really, the Kenneth Walker jersey is where it's at.
Yeah, I mean that's the best part.
Yeah. So come win a free jersey next week too. Yep. Do it. All right. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Thoughts on this trade, giving Cup and Rondell Moore, getting Waddle and Lamb? Every time I see Ben's screen move, I find myself kind of going with it.
Me too. Like, I feel like I'm saved for last dance. Julia Stiles over here.
If you're gonna trade Cup, that's the kind of haul I would take for him.
I like that trade. I like Waddle and Lamb.
I'm concerned.
Ben, stop it.
Oh, but Cup, Cup's a little bit. He's dinged up too, though. So
He's a little dinged up. Like I like that haul for a banged up Cup. I do.
Banged up Cup.
Are
your OnlyFans? Sorry.
Two wide receivers, one Cup.
2 shot callers, 1 Cup.
Oh,
girl.
Yeah. No, I am a firm believer of, I don't like it when people have that one player like Cup or something. And Dark Wolf, I don't know how you're doing in your league, but sometimes you just have to give up that one huge player you have for a deal like this, where you are now getting major firepower in your starting lineup. This is definitely improving your starting lineup. It's giving you depth in case of injury. It's giving you bye week fill in. I mean, that is great value. I think you have to do that Waddle and Lamb there.
it's versatility, and that's what we've got to keep doing all season, especially week 9 and on.
Just
it's great to be in charge. It's really great to be in charge.
Oh, Ben left. What the heck?
No, I hit him because that's why I was saying it's really good to be in charge.
I was hiding behind the box because I couldn't stop laughing at him up there being ridiculous.
He was moving, he was trolling, so I was just like, this is why it's good to be in charge of the controls here.
Oh, got it. Okay. I see what's happening. I'm just smiling.
That was
I
a fail at being funny.
I thought his camera gave up on him. It's like, you know what? F this, I'm out.
Just threw itself on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, nope, I'm out.
All right. What else we got?
All right. Next question. Hey, guys, I have Swift. Someone offered me Fournette and Rashad White. Thoughts?
Nope. Next question.
I'd rather have Fournette. Hell yeah,
Nope.
I would.
If you get them both, I'm kind of into it.
I'm feeling it. Swift
I
is
have a soft spot for Fournette.
giving up way too many touches to Jamal Williams. And he's still not 100% healthy. Like,
yeah. And if you get the package, that's the whole thing. Like, I did a deal the other
then
day.
it's stuck on that name, Swift, and it's not there right now.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about this earlier, Ben, with the whole draft capital thing. Like, come on, man.
So what you're telling me is you waited 7 weeks for Swift to finally play, and now you're going to trade him away.
No, you waited.
Yeah, because you're able to finally buy Fournette low with Swift.
Yeah, you waited 7 weeks to get Swift where he's actually playing, so someone will trade for him, and you need to trade him away probably pretty quick.
It's all about perspective there, Killer. I feel you because but Ben, I think that we kind of feel the same way. It's like we waited so long on Sutton. I'm ready to like get rid of him. We can't wait any longer. You can't wait, you know.
That offensive focus has changed from Sutton to Judy.
Right.
It
So anyway,
sucks. I had Sutton in a league. I traded him before the drop, luckily.
You know. For my last thing on this, go with your gut. 9th easiest for DeAndre Swift, and last, third to last for Fournette. Thank you, Scott.
Just offered Stevenson, Schultz for Debo, Singletard, and Patterson. I don't.
That's great.
What's up, Singletard?
Stinglefart? I don't.
Stinglefart. It's Stinglefart.
Finkel is Einhorn.
Hey, I'm
if
just
you
glad
get,
Debo's getting spelled right. So that's
if you can get that trade, I'm fine with that.
yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Sure. Especially since Singletary probably just took a hit today.
It's pronounced James Martin. I don't think we got that one wrong.
I mean,
It's a hard name though. That's sorry.
This one's kind of funny too. Do you think Myles Gaskin would be a good pickup? Absolutely not.
Why would Myles Gaskin be a good pickup? Did I
For
miss
what
it?
purpose other than to just
what's the
fill an empty spot on your bench?
Did I miss something? Myles Gaskin.
I've heard, listening to a
relevant?
lot of radio today. I've heard a lot of people talking. Like, they brought him up, which is weird to me, too.
Trade
Of
deadline's
course.
passed, so he ain't worth nothing until next year at the earliest.
You have 2 injury-prone running backs. That's the only reason why people are bringing him up. I mean,
But would you start him if he was the starter there? I wouldn't.
No.
Miami wouldn't.
Miami wouldn't. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. It's a different regime now. It's a bit different.
What do you think, Ben?
Oh no! Don't pick him up now. No, but I was literally just pointing out why like people are talking about him.
Oh, okay, got it.
They have two running backs that have.
Oh no!
Is Jeff Wilson worth a fab bid? If so, how much?
Ooh,
30%.
Yeah.
No, $30.
Well,
I think we have to talk in percent though, because it's hard to say. Because I have some leagues that give me 200 fab. I have some that give 100. I have one that gives
15% top.
All right. So $15 for 100, 30 for 200, and
There you
then
go.
so on and so forth.
So 15%.
Oh,
Yeah.
15%. I can get on board with that.
yeah, I'm on board with that too. I was thinking,
Would you pick up Jeff Wilson and drop
Yeah.
Pacheco?
yes.
Yep.
I would too.
Yeah.
Hey, is that a chef?
Mhm.
Is that what that said, Chef Lanabi?
Chef
chef.
something.
Nabi?
Nabi.
Hey guys, I have Josh
Jeff
Palmer,
Unagi.
Josh Palmer, and Allen Robinson. Should I drop one for Rondell?
Yes,
I
I
would
hate
drop
Rondell
Allen.
Moore, but yes, drop Allen Robinson.
Drop Allen
God,
Robinson
drop-
4 weeks ago.
Drop him for like I'd drop him for the Lions defense. God.
That's like me and Renfro this week. Woohoo!
And Matt, that's no disrespect to you. It's all disrespect to the hype around Allen Robinson this year. And I'm sorry
Yeah.
people told you.
Yeah, you
It's
can
not all-
100% drop Allen Robinson for anything. Corey's internet
it's
cut out
all-
on him again.
Oh, I thought he just disappeared to laugh or something.
No, his internet's been struggling.
Yeah, he made it through. All right, I guess. All right.
Aaron Jones, Swift, Foreman. Okay, what? Oh, that's just his roster. Jones.
Hey.
What
Oh,
the
hey.
heck is going
Hey.
on? It changed questions on me when you came back and everything.
Sorry, man. Yeah, it froze on me.
No
Internet
worries.
cut out.
Okay.
All right, he's 2-6. That's his roster. He also has Judy and Everett. He said.
So I'm assuming that's Amari Cooper.
So
Yeah,
that-
I can see why you're struggling. Your receiver room's kind of rough.
Yeah, you got to go and trade DeAndre Swift or Aaron Jones.
Trade
One
high on
man.
DJ Moore.
You that too.
Try to trade high on Foreman.
Yeah,
I know
got-
people don't have faith in DJ Moore, but I do. I'm calling it. It's my shot.
Oh, he has Judy and Everett too. He says
Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. Okay.
on the next chat there.
Yeah.
Which I said, but nobody heard.
What, Kyle?
I said that, but nobody heard it.
Huh?
What?
I said it, but nobody heard it.
Oh, can you talk?
Nobody heard it. I said it, but nobody heard it.
Well, now it's Kyle's. Now it's
Or-
Kyle's only fan.
Benson.
Yep, ASMR with Kyle. Are you gonna boom or are you gonna bust all over me?
I said it. Nobody heard it. Anyway.
How's that for a laugh track? That's
Love
creepy.
it. So Brian is wondering Swift for who? Just to nip this in the butt.
Connor.
You know.
Oh.
Wait,
Connor?
what?
James Connor?
I read the question. Go ahead. Sorry.
So you kind of want to sell him for some of these guys that are looking really good right now, like Travis Etienne, or even like maybe even a Dalvin Cook, or someone that's already or about to have their bye, because like I said, like trading one of your best players away for a couple different pieces is going to be best for you moving forward for right now, because you need to win this week.
You think Foreman can carry as an RB2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you need a package, an RB and a wide receiver for Swift or Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because you have people you can draft.
Or you could throw Swift and DJ Moore into something for free. Because when is San Francisco this week, right?
Yeah.
So he needs a tight end. Oh no, he has Everett. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, doesn't he Kittle too? He has Kittle too.
Yeah. Okay.
So trade Kittle and DeAndre Swift for like 3 players.
Yeah.
I think that would be, because you have one that already had his bye in DeAndre Swift and one that's having his bye, so you can sell him on that note, and then you kind of play it. I mean, you could probably even maybe like a Josh Jacobs and I'm just talking Josh Jacobs and a CD or someone like that, or not CD.
Amon-Ra.
Thank you. Yes.
There we go.
Well, and then also get sexy in the chat with it. You know what I mean? You have to talk to these people. You have to talk them into it. It's sales. It's all sales. Sell ice cream to an Eskimo.
Show them a little leg.
And make something up, like someone else has given like you this and that for this, and like can you match that? Because that's what I'm looking at right now.
And upside, and Kittle hasn't had his big game yet, and blah blah.
Even if you have to absolutely lie to him.
Yeah.
Your partner in the other room is talking to us. They're taking the plea deal.
Exactly. And we all know that 95% of men aren't that great at communication, so they're not going to talk to each other about it.
Right.
So don't worry about it.
95% of the offers I send out never get a response. So
right.
You're right about that. All right. Defense's Cowboys are on bye. I don't want to drop them. The only pieces worth potentially dropping for a waiver defense is Dobbs or Connor. What should I do?
I say Connor.
Well, let me ask you a question. On your IR, are you allowed to put out players?
Yes, say move Connor down in there.
Because if he's out, you wait until he gets declared out and then pick up someone off the waiver wire.
Yeah, if you can't do that, you have to drop one. I would drop.
He
Dobbs
can't.
over Connor. I'm not ready to drop Connor.
You drop whatever you can afford. A wide receiver or running back. Which one can you afford to drop? It's on your depth and how your roster is made up, right?
And who's on the waiver wire for defense?
All right.
Right.
So we'll go to the next question, and then we'll get those 3 answers at some point.
yeah. Fill us in there, Michael.
Rollins. Do I trade Pitts and Khalil Herbert for Devontae Smith and James Conner?
We all
no.
His dog look.
I love Devontae Smith. I don't love James Conner. I like I've said, I'm like a broken record, but he is that kid that did no help, that did nothing on a group project, but got all the credit for it. And he still has a bye to work through. While Pitts and Khalil Herbert are both week 14s. you look for another piece other than James Conner. But I like that you have Devontae Smith, so just keep working it.
Agreed.
Same.
Let's see. Matt says Allen Robinson looks good on film. Not watching the games, just highlights because he's a youth pastor on Sundays.
Aw.
Is Matt Stafford really that horrible? Yes, this year he is.
He's hurt, and that's why we're seeing the uptick in Tyler Higbee, because he was hurt when T.J. Hawkinson had his breakout year. So like Allen Robinson does look good on film, but that film could have been tampered by Blake Bortles.
That elbow is serious. Like that's a serious injury. That's it hurts. It hurts bad.
Looks like
I was trying to bring up Robinson earlier as well. Like he hasn't had an opportunity to break out at the capability that he's a good player, and everybody was riding his coattails, before the first game, and he just hasn't had an opportunity because Stafford's hurt, and Matt Nagy was the coach of the Bears.
Michael did follow up a couple of his questions. He can't slide one into his IR spot, but he says maybe I can trade Dobbs and Connor for one player to open that extra bench spot. I would definitely try that first.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot.
Try to find that sucker starting Aaron Rodgers in their lineup and try to get him Dobbs.
Or put in the chat who's in the waiver wire. Just drop Dallas defense. Let's keep it pushing.
Let's see. Brian wants us to review his other team. Dak, Eckler, Foreman, Diggs, Boyd, Pickens. He's got Mike Williams, Brown, and Odell hurt. Hawkinson, Ingram, and Eno. 5-3.
Those Pickens could be a league winner this year. His snap share has increased every single game. His points per game. And exactly. I mean, and as bad as Claypool was for the Steelers, he was a body that did get targets.
Yep.
And Najee Harris does not belong in the NFL.
And I love that.
Anyways.
Go ahead.
No. That was.
Oh, just the Ingram Hawkinson balance where you can play Ingram, and then when Hawkinson finds a groove with the Vikes, then you've got some opportunity there. You know what I mean? To just be a switch hitter. You know what I'm saying?
Baby girl.
We know what you're saying. We know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
You know.
I'm gonna need to see receipts.
Who?
Do what?
Receipts. He's gonna need to see receipts.
Receipts.
Oh. That's what I thought he said. I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
I guess it's young people TikTok lingo.
I guess so.
Oh, I say it all the time. I just didn't know in reference to what you were saying, so I played dumb. I played with my hair.
I was like, did somebody buy something? What? I don't know what's going on.
I lived in California too long. Okay.
All right, what's next?
All right, Brian. Brian's got a little bit more for us.
Yeah, he says, does he wait out Mike Williams and Marquise Brown in both leagues?
Well, what are your other options?
I mean, you can try to trade him if anybody's
Mike Williams,
trading for hurt guys, I guess.
It's trading to someone who doesn't listen to this network.
Yeah.
Or that's like 7-1.
Looking for a playoff. Yeah, that's going to be a tough sell. Mike Williams will sell easier than Marquise Brown, but that's a tough sell still. I mean, if you got him just injured there, I'd probably hang on to him. I don't think you're going to get enough out of him.
Yeah. If anything at all.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, Brian.
Oh, Eckler and Foreman. That's great. I love Eckler, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Oops, that's the wrong. It jumped on me when I went to click on. I would have Eckler and Foreman. It jumped 3 real fast.
Yeah. I have Eckler, Foreman, Diggs.
I think I might have self-sabotaged, guys. I need a
Uh-oh.
couple of opinions.
I like it. I did it to myself too. So let's talk about it.
Dude, it's so easy to self-sabotage. It's so easy.
Like when I left Swift in my lineup, and then I still won, thank God. And I was like, oh man.
It's rough. All right. Tell us about it, Patrick. The Patrick. Now we're just waiting on you. We'll wait. No, this is cool. Guys, feels like waiting on the Jets to be good again. It's just taking forever.
Well, here's another question while we wait on him.
Just kidding.
Antonio Gibson or Brian Robinson, week 9?
Antonio Gibson.
Yeah, Gibby, for sure.
Agreed.
I hate that. I hate it, but it's what it is.
I do too. But if you got a gun to your head, if you got to pick one, then you got to go with Gibby.
I've been holding on to him for so many weeks, Brian Robinson.
Who'd have thought making him the backup running back would actually be better for him than starting him?
But hey, they had to give Brian Robinson a shot.
Go figure. Oh my God.
All right.
Oh, I was like waiting for it. I'm all late. I'm like, it's back here. I caught it.
Everybody else is over with you and gone, and
yeah, and I'm like,
then Amber's like, "Oh."
Me in like an elevator tomorrow. Oh, that's what it was.
Right.
I guess there's quite a bit more blonde in that hair than I thought.
Yeah, a little bit. And it's natural too. Or she went all the way to the root and down into the head.
Yeah.
Patrick is self-sabotaging right now. He can't even get us his information.
Right. Would you trade Swift to Miles Sanders for JT?
That's a lot.
No.
I would not do that.
I don't think I can do that.
Oh, there he is. Sorry, I'm excited.
Damn you, girl! You got fast
that's why it
internet.
took so long. He typed us a novel. Here we
Hey,
go.
but let me defend Patrick here. Thank you for trying to get us all the information in one message instead of spreading it out over like 6 short messages, so it's all together. So I do appreciate that. We're giving you shit, but thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a main core of Hurts, Diggs, Jefferson, and AJ Brown. Holy
Jesus!
shit,
Wow.
Traded
And
Kirk
all the
for-
bye weeks are out.
Traded Kirk for Waller and Kyron Williams. I like
Okay.
that. Released Bateman. Good.
Okay.
Traded Herbert and Carter for Dylan. I'll post my current. All right, so that's
I see the self-sabotage.
pretty solid so far.
Yeah, where'd you fuck up?
I see it.
What's the
Herbert
AJ
and Carter for AJ Dillon.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. The only one I'm seeing so far. But I want to see the current.
Yeah, I want to see the final 2. Meanwhile, Logan has another question while we wait. Pitts, Ingram, or Everett, week 9?
Everett.
Give me Everett.
I knew you guys were going to say that because I've been watching all night. I'm like, oh, they're in love with that. I'm like, Ingram!
Or
Hey,
nothing
at least
if
we're
not
consistent.
consistent.
Yeah, I was gonna say, at least we're not like, Kyle Pitts. Just
I
like
changed my
Kyle
mind
Pitts.
from 3 hours ago.
We might be
just
wrong, but we're consistently wrong.
Okay, so
damn
talk
it.
to me about. I know that. So Kyle, I know that you're Ingram and Everett. They're very close. What is your break? Where's your? Why is it Everett over Ingram by a little?
Because I think Everett gets more targets with Mike Williams out.
Okay.
I think he's more involved for that reason, and he's already very involved.
And his quarterback's better.
But he's the number, he's the number 2 target instead of number 3,
That's true. And then Ingram is touchdown defense. Okay. All right.
or 3 instead of 4 if you count Eckler, I guess, as a receiving target. So, but
Right.
anyways, he bumps up a little bit, I think, in targets this week.
Okay.
Also, can we go back and just the Patrick has Diggs, Jefferson, and AJ Brown.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Makes me want to throw up.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm telling you. So, well, I have a league where I have Cooper Kupp, Jefferson, and AJ Brown. And let me tell you, it's nice because if one just happens to flop, it doesn't matter because the other ones are just picking up the slack.
We are not starting Pitts.
We're not. Are you?
Not tr-
Yeah, I was the first one to answer.
Ben
You
is
said
drunk.
Pitts?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Ben is drunk.
Yeah.
Now LaCroix went straight to your head, bro.
Go get back in that horse head there, guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's over
All
there
right,
scorching around.
this is the take where we're gonna film it and release it.
A real horse would not pick Pitts over Ingram or
Yeah.
Everett this week, dude.
All right.
Like an actual horse.
Oh, here, sorry, I'm excited. I'm like, ooh, Patrick, come on, baby.
I know. You got us on the edge of our seat.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
All right, roster. I just think I effed up. Hurts, Dix, Jefferson, Brown, Deontay, Ertz, Waller, Foreman, Gus, Hunt, Kyron Williams, Dylan, Damian Harris, Pacheco, and my. Okay, so there's going to be another one to finish that thought, but definitely running back is a weak spot.
Yeah. Foreman, decent. Gus is healthy. Hunt, I wish got traded.
Yeah.
You've got some upside guys there, but no one you can really solid lean on. Yeah. Logan says, wait, so why no Pitts? I gotta ask. Because Pitts has had one good game in 2 seasons.
Because that offense is horrible and there's just no passing volume to be seen.
I mean,
if you're willing to risk it, if you have the opportunity to risk for a boom bust, so you're talking to literally boom bust as we speak. If you can risk it for the biscuit, that's fine. But if you can't take a chance and you need to win, then you need to play with a consistent player. You need to have somebody that's going to get you, the double digit, 10 to, possibly higher ceiling, whatever.
Now ask us again in week 10 when they play Carolina again, then maybe we'll give you a different answer because that seems to be the only defense in the last 2 years that he's done anything against.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
last week, it was his biggest game in 2 years. Okay, here's the rest. I think why I'm worried is week 2 I traded Henderson for ETN, but 2 weeks later I traded away ETN, who would be so nice right now. I've also picked up Walker and then released him the week before Penny got hurt.
Oh no!
So you had a classic case of the impatience.
Yeah, but honestly, like you can't predict injuries or trades and stuff like that. Like it's not your fault.
You can't predict the Penny one, but the ETN one, the ones that were patient with him, it paid off. I was not. I had him in, I think, 2 leagues, and I traded him before he started going off.
Right. I mean, because Robinson was tearing it up in the beginning of the season, they were giving Robinson the ball, and then, I mean, you only have so many roster spots, right? I mean, it sucks. It sucks, but hindsight is 20/20. You can't beat yourself up about that. That's tough.
Yeah, and also with this situation, this Kirk and Dillon trade, you got Waller and Kyron Williams. Waller is coming off of a bye and finally getting back to healthy. Kyron Williams is going to mix it up on the Rams. I think he's going to offer more fantasy value than we've seen. So,
and then with the Dillon trade, Carter's worthless, and you didn't need Herbert with Hurts. So
exactly. So you're in okay shape. I think you're just beating yourself up.
Yeah.
And those wide receivers. About Khalil Herbert.
Yeah.
Khalil Herbert.
Right?
Oh, is it Khalil?
Yeah. I would assume.
Oh, it just
Herbert and Carter.
This is Herbert and Carter. For me, when I see Herbert, Justin is still the first one that comes to mind.
It's not for me.
So that's my fault. Yeah, but still, I guess whenever you made that trade, AJ Dillon probably showed more upside. But
so it just it's a part of growing, and it's okay to not be okay. All right, and
just gotta learn from your mistakes.
I gotta give you this quote. You gotta ask somebody. I'm sure you didn't talk to anybody about dropping Kenneth Walker. I'm sure you didn't talk to anyone about trading away Travis Etienne, because I talked to a good amount of people about dropping Kenneth Walker, but a lot of people had faith. Fantasy Flojo, I'm giving this up to you because he's the one who told me, do not drop. Like week after week, I'm like, I want this guy. He's like, dude, just wait. And so when you talk to people about your problems in fantasy football and get out of your head, you won't sabotage as much. So Come
That's
through.
literally why we're all here
Yeah.
every single week.
Fantasy_shot-callers. You know what it
Come
is.
hang
I'm
out with us
available all
more
the time.
often. Yeah, come hang out with all of us more often.
We'll help you.
We'll help you
We
avoid
love
these
helping you.
pitfalls.
That's what we're here for. All right.
Do y'all think Van Jefferson will ever be good in fantasy this year, or is he droppable?
Nope.
Absolutely
Okay, moving on.
Drop him.
Drop him.
If
Wow.
Allen Robinson can't get the ball, Van Jefferson's not.
Correct.
Exactly.
Ben Skornak will, though.
Val's the GOAT. Should I trade Tom Brady, Swift, and Amon Raw for Mahomes, JT, and MVS? No. I would not do that.
No. No.
I wouldn't.
MVS just had his good game before the bye week.
Yeah, I'm not touching that.
Nope.
Yeah, news out there. If you guys don't know that the Chiefs are not they're fantasy relevant to some degree, but like, be careful playing Chiefs players. Like, they get the ball out. I've said this numerous times. Patrick Mahomes is just getting everyone's stats this year. That's all he's doing. He's getting everyone's stats. You notice when somebody hasn't had a touchdown, they get a touchdown that game? That's what he's doing. Okay, he's not worried about us. So
It's like, I got you, dude. My bad, bro. I'll get you.
Okay. Patrick Haas working through more of his problems. Right idea. Welcome to FFN Therapy.
Just so you know,
The right
Monday
idea
nights, there's a
first
show
to
called
trade.
on Monday nights. There's a show called Safe Space. Patrick, I feel like you should visit that.
That's
You
the
would
show
love
for
it.
crawling in the fetal position with an alcoholic beverage. And
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I would visit Safe Space on Monday nights and then stick around for Panic Room.
All right. Whenever ETN got hit, we fell backwards 3 yards. Don't blame you for trading him, but he looks amazing now. Yeah, he wasn't doing good with limited touches at first.
that's why you drafted both James Robinson and ETN, like I did.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Thanks to Ben. Thanks to Shot Caller.
Look at Patrick said on that last one, Kyle. I panicked for my week 7 because all my big 4 were on bye. Let 1 week go, man.
Eat that week. Yeah, dude.
Yep, eat the week. Again, I said I had that one. I have my one league where I have Cup, Jefferson, and AJ Brown. They were all on bye the same week. I ate the week, bro. So
Fantasy_shot-callers. Message me. Especially next year before you do this little draft thing.
Yeah.
Val 7-1, Brady, ETN, McCaffrey. Dude, I love that team.
How did you lose 1?
Yeah, how'd you lose the 1? A bye week?
Well, D Hop just became relevant. Amon Ra's been hurt. ETN kind of just became relevant. Brady's getting there because he just got all of his toys back. Swift has been hurt. I could see how, but you still managed 7-1 even with all of those issues, and now all these players are back for you. Good Lord.
Oh, he made the trade? All right, so he asked us, should I trade Tom Brady, Swift, Amon Ra, blah, blah, blah. He already made the stupid trade.
Oh, well, I still like your roster.
I liked it better before.
Wait a second.
Or was I thinking he got the other side of that?
I don't remember what the trade was.
It was
Brady. Should I trade Brady, Swift, and Amon Ra for Mahomes, JT, and MVS? If you were getting, I guess you got Brady, Swift, and Amon Ra. If that's the case, then yeah, I like it. I think you did fine.
Yeah,
I read it the other way around, like you gave up those for Mahomes, and
I still read it that way.
I'm pretty sure that's what he meant.
If that was your starting lineup and you gave up that for Mahomes, JT, and MVS, you messed up. That's the point we're trying to make.
Yeah, of this side, we want Brady, Swift, Amon Ra of this trade. Just we'll make it that easier. Jeez.
Yeah.
It
All
is
right,
last call.
We're gonna have to wrap up here real soon, guys.
You gotta go home, but you gotta get out of here.
Well, y'all got 2 hours on us. Get out of here, though.
I know I still have to do waivers, so
Girl,
Any good packages for Godwin, Foreman, and Fournette?
any good package, Foreman, Fournette.
Any good packages for God and Huh. You're trying to trade away some of these
If you're
guys?
trading away all of that, you better get a top stud.
No shit.
You better get JJ or Barkley or Chubb or something like that.
Or you could mix it up too.
I would sit tight on those guys, honestly. I don't see any reason to.
I mean, I don't see why you would trade away Godwin, but you can maybe do Godwin, Foreman, and you could upgrade probably pretty big at wide receiver.
You probably don't want Godwin and Fournette as soon as they're on the same team. Trade one of them maybe for something, but honestly, like I'm not worried about any of those guys. I wouldn't be shopping them unless I needed something else desperately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are good pieces.
What's your guys' thoughts on A.J. Brown and Dillon for Aaron Jones and Devontae Smith?
Yes.
I like it fine.
Yeah,
I like it
I
You want Aaron Jones and Devontae Smith, you're saying?
Yes.
I want Jones and Smith, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would want Jones and Smith out of the 4. I mean,
Yeah.
I want AJ Brown, but yeah, no.
Right.
Yeah.
If I had to pick a duo, I'm picking Aaron Jones and Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's my lineup for 10-team leagues? Superflex, Herbert, ETN, Ramondre, Stephon Diggs, T. Romeo, Everett, Gibson. And who's the last one? It cuts off on my screen. Gino?
Hell yeah.
I like that lineup a lot.
I like that. I think it's impressive that you're on a first name basis with a lot of these players.
Except Justin Herbert.
Right.
Well, you didn't want to put Herbert and then have me confuse it with Khalil.
That's what it is. But he respected Justin enough to put his full name, not just like J. Herbert. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Edgar Hoover.
Yes, exactly.
No, it's a good squad, Logan.
All right. Previous message, he said he's 7-1. He's in 10 person. Here's his roster.
Okay.
Also has, he was asking Evans, Godwin, and Fournette. So that's why he was asking about
Damn.
who
No
to trade
quarterback
for.
or wide receiver.
I would get a quarterback and a tight end for that team.
And maybe some wide receiver.
Yeah, that's rough.
He's thinking his only 2 wide receivers and trying to trade them. Evans, Godwin, and Fournette. Holy shit.
All right. Let's power through a couple of these and wrap this sucker. Sorry,
All right.
guys.
Power hour. Power hour.
And by that we mean
it looks
like
I
power
don't
5
really have
minutes.
any more questions.
Yeah, power minute. Let's go.
It's just more Patrick running, working his stuff out here. Not mad at my draft.
Love the 0 RB.
Way Pollard traded CEH.
Ugh, that's rough.
Drafted Pitts high, which was a big mistake.
Right.
But yeah, that's all I got. I'll quit blowing up the feed.
You're good,
I love
Patrick.
it. I love the storytelling. It was like a novella. It was
Yeah,
great.
Patrick, I hope you feel better
we
now.
went
though.
from rapid fire questions into like I feel like we just know you so well now. We've been
I
through
do.
your story.
I feel like I went through your whole season with you because it's been a roller coaster.
I feel
And
so beautiful. I feel so close to you right now.
It's just
Ben's like, whatever.
I'm going to need you to drop your social. I'm going to need you to send money to the Canadian
My cash app
Prince.
is splurge a little.
Send nudes.
oh my god.
Or send
All right.
nudes.
That makes sense, Alvin. Get rid of some of them Bucks guys. You got way too many.
I
Absolutely.
accidentally, when I didn't draft a team, I drafted like $3, and I'm like, I guess I'll have to make this work. It's like,
Oops.
yeah.
Did we just become best friends?
Yes.
Yep.
We go do karate in the garage.
Yep.
Oh, that's fine.
As long as I don't have to eat that white dog shit, I'm all game.
But you have to call me Dragon.
Baby
All right,
girl.
guys.
All right.
I think that's going to do it for us for tonight. Congratulations to Dark Wolf on winning the Swift jersey.
Yeah.
I love it. Come next week, we'll be giving away the Kenneth Walker signed jersey.
That's
And here's
a big
hoping he doesn't break his leg between now and then.
one.
That would be
If he
unfortunate.
does, maybe it's worth more money. And absolutely, we're going to build bunk beds. Absolutely.
Got you. Coming with the tools next week.
100%. Oh, Corey clicked it on before I could. And then I clicked it off. Anyways. Yes, we're going to build bunk beds.
You guys have to be beat. This was great. Great
All right.
first 4 hours.
This
love
was
it.
an amazing night for us.
In fact, our 4-hour event went 4 hours and 45 minutes. So I love it because last call, the shot callers stuck with us, stuck with you guys, and because we care. That's why about fantasy football.
Yes, thank you everybody.
Nothing else.
Thank you everybody for hanging out with us, making this night so much fun. Shot callers, lady shot caller. Appreciate y'all being here too, man.
Yeah, hell yeah. Y'all
Absolutely.
know fantasy life. You know it's a vibe. Hit that subscribe. You don't mind.
And catch Tackling the Tailgate Saturday.
Absolutely. It's the
Catch
best.
it. It's the best.
Y'all want to know what we're doing?
No, surprise.
Good. I wasn't gonna tell you.
Good. Didn't want to
Oh,
know.
I kind of wanted to know.
Cause like
Good
food.
night.
I'm just gonna be hungry between now and Saturday. I'm just
Night, guys. See ya.
That's the thing.